sleepy summoner. Welcome to a tale from beyond the mist. Let the world slow around you as we weave the gentle saga of Viego, the ruined king. This story is long and measured, like a river carving stone over centuries. It is divided into chapters, each a lantern lighting the path. In these pages, you will find no haste and no harshness. We will walk together through memories and ruins, through love and loss, through regret and resolve. And when the final chapter closes, may you find yourself held by the quiet embrace of sleep. Chapter 1. A prince of Kamavo lay far across the seas, a kingdom of stone fortresses and towering cliffs. It was a land of knights and priests, of ancient songs sung in halls hung with banners. In one such hall, a second son was born to the king and queen, and they named him Viego. No prophecy marked his birth. His older brother was the heir, groomed for the throne, while Viego grew in the shadow of expectation without duty. He spent his days training with wooden swords, listening to bards, and wandering the gardens that overlooked the ocean. He learned archery and diplomacy only enough to satisfy his tutors. When they turned their backs, he tossed aside scrolls to chase butterflies. His laugh echoed through marble corridors. The servants smiled at his mischief, for he had a charm that softened hearts. His mother sighed, wishing he would show more seriousness, but her eyes held affection. Life for Viego was a tapestry of indulgence. He ate fruits from faraway orchards, wore silks dyed in deep blues, and slept under firs even in summer. He rarely saw the suffering of peasants beyond the castle walls. When he asked why some children had bare feet while he had leather boots, his nurse told him that was the way of the world. As seasons turned, Viego grew from a boy into a young man. He remained carefree. His brother led armies and sat in council chambers, learning to steer the fate of Kamavo. Viego rode horses through meadows and listened to tales of knights who rescued maidens. He longed not for duty, but for the romance of stories. His father tried to awaken in him a sense of responsibility. He took him to meet village elders, to listen to farmers speak of droughts, to stand beside priests during harvest rites. Viego nodded, smiled, and then returned to his diversions. He believed that leadership was his brother's burden, not his. Unbeknownst to him, this belief seeded complacency that would later sprout into tragedy. During a summer festival, Viego's life began to change. The courtyard was filled with stalls selling spiced bread and carved trinkets. Knights competed in jousts while children danced around maypoles. Musicians played lutes and drums. In the crowd, Viego noticed a young woman with brown hair pinned in a simple braid. She wore the plain dress of a seamstress. Her hands were calloused, yet graceful as she examined fabrics. Her laugh was like bells on the breeze. Viego watched her from a distance, drawn by a spark he could not name. Later, when his duties allowed him to roam, he approached her stall. He asked about the embroidery she was stitching. She looked up and met his gaze without flinching. Her eyes were steady, warm, and curious. She told him her name was Isolde. In that moment, something within Viego softened. He felt seen not as a prince but as a person. He returned the next day under the pretext of ordering new garments. Isolde and Viego spoke of thread and color, of patterns and meaning. She told him about her village by the river, about her mother who taught her to sew, about how she dreamed of crafting tapestries that would hang in the palace. Viego listened, captivated by the way her words wove images. He told her about the stories he loved, about knights and faraway lands. She smiled and said that stories were stitches in the cloth of culture. Their conversations were easy. Viego began to seek her out, leaving behind training sessions and council meetings. His parents noticed his absence. His brother shook his head but said nothing. In the evenings, Viego walked alone to the seamstress's workshop in the lower town. He watched her sew by candlelight, each movement precise. He offered to carry water, to fetch firewood. She teased him, saying he was not accustomed to such tasks. He laughed, acknowledging the truth. Through these small acts, a bond formed. Chapter 2. A crown unwanted. One autumn, a messenger arrived at the palace bearing grim news. Viego's older brother had fallen in battle against raiders on the border. The king's face became stone. The queen wept. The nation entered mourning. Plans that had been laid for decades were suddenly irrelevant. Councils convened behind closed doors. Priests chanted for the soul of the fallen heir. Viego stood outside his brother's empty chamber, the scent of cedar still lingering. He felt a hollow cold creep into his chest. He had always assumed his brother would become king. Now eyes turned to him. Advisors whispered of duty. The weight of a crown he had never desired hovered above him like a sword. Days later, in the great hall adorned with tapestries, Viego was crowned king of Camavor. The golden circlet rested heavy on his brow. He wore a mantle trimmed with white fur. Nobles bowed, their faces a mix of relief and doubt. Viego's hands trembled as he held the scepter. He thought of Isolde in her workshop, of his carefree days in the gardens. The crowd chanted his name. He smiled because he thought he should. Inside, he felt a storm. After the ceremony, he retreated to his chambers and stared at his reflection in a silver mirror. He had always been handsome, with dark hair and sharp features, but now he looked older. His eyes held questions. He whispered to himself, "Why me?" He did not feel ready. In the following weeks, Viego attempted to fulfill his new role. He attended meetings, listened to reports of famine and the war, and signed decrees. He found himself adrift. He lacked the training his brother had received. He found solace only when he snuck away to Isolde's workshop. There, he was not a king, but a man. He told her of his fears. She listened, her hands never stopping their work. She told him that rulers were also allowed to be uncertain. She told him of her father, who had led their family with compassion and humility. She believed he could learn. Her faith in him was a balm. Inspired, Viego returned to the castle determined to improve. Yet his nature leaned toward pleasure, not perseverance. He often neglected his duties to spend hours with Isolde. He brought her gifts, silks, jewels, exotic spices. He wanted to see her smile. He began to rely on advisors to govern in his stead. Some were loyal and wise. Others harbored ambitions. Seeds of dissent took root in the court as some nobles resented the influence of a peasant seamstress over their king. Whispers of scandal and treason rippled through corridors. Chapter 3. Love and Neglect. Viego and Isolde wed in a ceremony that some described as scandalous and others as romantic. The royal courtyard was decorated with flowers from every region. Bards sang songs of love. Peasants and nobles alike watched as the young king took the hand of a seamstress. Isolde wore a simple dress she had embroidered herself, each stitch a symbol of loyalty and hope. Viego looked at her as if she were the sun. He promised before gods and people to cherish her above all else. When they kissed, cheers rose. Those who supported the union believed it signaled a new era of unity between classes. Those who opposed it tightened their jaws. Regardless of opinion, Camavor now had a queen from humble origins. In the months that followed, Viego's love for Isolde deepened into obsession. He spent hours in her company, often ignoring matters of state. He lavished her with gifts that ranged from rare spices to rare gems. He commissioned musicians to compose pieces in her honor. He decorated halls with tapestries featuring her likeness. When Isolde smiled, he felt complete. When she frowned, he felt hollow. Advisors tried to pull him back to duty. They presented accounts of unrest in distant provinces, of tax collectors overreaching, of foreign emissaries waiting for audiences. Viego waved them away. He wanted only to be with his queen. Callista, a proud general and niece to the king, served Camavor with unwavering honor. She had been the one to block the assassin's blade that had been meant for Viego, though the blade had grazed Isolde and poisoned her arm. Callista observed Viego's neglect with concern. She tried to remind him of his responsibilities. Viego responded with impatience, telling her that she could handle the matters of war and that he needed time with his wife. Callista saw that the court was fracturing. Schemes brewed among nobles who sensed an opportunity. Enemies of Camavor watched from across the sea. Yet she remained loyal, believing she could protect the kingdom and perhaps guide the king back to reason. Isolde, for her part, loved Viego, but did not share his hunger for luxury. She enjoyed simple pleasure, sewing, gardening, walking in the courtyard. She attempted to encourage Viego to learn about his people, to attend to petitions, to ride out to villages with her. Sometimes he agreed and seemed genuinely moved by the struggles of farmers. He would promise to send aid. Then he would be distracted by a song, or by the way the sunlight caught Isolde's hair. He meant well, but lacked discipline. Isolde sometimes felt frustration. She had grown up working, contributing to her family. She knew the value of labor and duty, yet she also saw the kindness in Viego's heart. She believed he could grow if given time. Chapter 4. Poison and Despair. Camavor had many enemies. One night, under the cover of a storm, assassins infiltrated the castle. They aimed to strike Viego down. Callista, ever vigilant, intercepted them. In the struggle, one assassin's envenomed blade grazed Isolde's arm. The poison was swift and potent. Isolde collapsed, her skin growing cold. Viego screamed and held her, his heart pounding. Physicians were summoned, priests prayed, alchemists concocted antidotes. None succeeded. Isolde slipped into a torpor, her breathing shallow, her face pale. Viego refused to leave her side. He cursed the assassins, cursed fate, cursed the gods. He spent gold without hesitation, hiring every healer, traveling mage and chemist. He promised titles and lands to anyone who could cure her. The coffers of Camavor emptied. The kingdom began to falter without funds. Advisors begged Viego to consider the treasury. He ignored them. In desperation, Viego commanded Callista to find a cure. He told her to sail to the ends of the earth if she must. Callista accepted the mission, her heart heavy. She consulted scholars, mystics, and old hermits. After much searching, she learned of a place shielded by shimmering mists, the Blessed Isles, whose guardians possessed waters rumored to heal any ailment view source. HTTPS universe.leagueoflegends.com and US story champion Viego. She set sail with hope, entrusted with a talisman that would allow safe passage. Time was crucial. She arrived at the capital city of the Isles, Helia. The guardians saw the purity of her intent and allowed her entry. They promised to heal Isolde if she were brought there before death. They warned Callista not to reveal their secrets. She returned as quickly as winds allowed, but fate had moved faster. Isolde had died while she was away. Viego had locked himself in a tower with Isolde's body. He refused to accept that she was gone. When Callista returned, he demanded the cure. With sorrowful eyes, she told him that it was too late. He called her a traitor. His grief twisted into rage. He accused her of failing him. He condemned her as disloyal. Callista remained composed, believing that seeing the Blessed Isles might help Viego accept Isolde's death. She proposed that they travel to Helia, that the masters there could explain the laws of life and death. She hoped it would bring him peace, but his heart burned with anger. Hecarim, commander of the Iron Order, whispered poison in his ear, urging him to take the waters of life by force. Chapter 5. Betrayal and Invasion. A fleet of ships set sail for the Blessed Isles, carrying Viego, Hecarim, Callista, and many soldiers. The journey was tense. Callista hoped to appeal to the masters of Helios' wisdom. Viego's eyes were hollow. The talisman in Callista's hand shimmered. When they reached the mists, Callista used the talisman to gain passage. The gates of Helia opened, revealing a city of white stone bathed in golden light. The inhabitants greeted them with caution. Callista pleaded with the masters to explain to Viego why the waters of life could not be used to reverse death. They spoke of natural order, of the dangers of cheating mortality. Viego heard only that they were denying him his love. His grief flared into fury. He demanded the water. The masters refused. He turned to Callista and commanded her to kill anyone who stood in his way. She refused. Hecarim seized the moment. He speared Callista in the back, betraying her. His Iron Order knights joined in, murdering her loyal soldiers. Viego watched, stunned as his own general was cut down. Something in him broke. He ordered Hecarim to attack. Soldiers stormed Helia. They slaughtered guardians, monks, scholars. The once peaceful city rang with screams. Petals from sacred trees were trampled. Statues toppled. The attackers made their way to the inner sanctum. There, in a chamber carved of luminous stone, a pool of crystalline water awaited. It was the waters of life. Viego approached, carrying Isolde's lifeless body. He lowered her into the water, whispering prayers, demands, pleas. For a moment, her chest rose. Her eyes flickered open. Hope blared. Then she opened her mouth and released a wail that shook the chamber. She rose from the water, not as the woman he loved, but as a wraith of shadow and rage, her face contorted with pain and confusion. She grabbed Viego's enchanted sword and drove it through his heart. The sword's magic and the sacred water ignited a cataclysm. Energy exploded, tearing through Helia. The mist that had protected the Isles turned black. Souls were trapped in a state of tortured undeath. The Blessed Isles became the Shadow Isles. Viego died, or something close to death, his soul bound to the catastrophic magic he had unleashed. Isolde vanished into the mist. Callista's spirit became one of vengeance. Hecarim's greed transformed him into a centaur-like spectre. The world changed. What had been an oasis of healing became a source of corruption. Those who had begged for healing were now cursed. For centuries, the Shadow Isles drifted, shrouded in gloom. Viego's name faded into legend, yet the magic that bound him persisted, waiting. Chapter 6. Awakening to ruin time flowed differently for those touched by the ruination. Ages passed in the living world. Empires rose and fell. The nations of Freljord, Ionia, Noxus, and Demacia experienced their own dramas. In the depths of the Shadow Isles, at the bottom of a throne room carved from black rock, Viego's body lay. His sword remained lodged in his chest. His heart no longer beat. Around him, the black mist drifted in slow spirals. Within his stillness, fragments of thought stirred. He dreamed of Isolde, of her laugh, of their first meeting. Then he dreamed of blood and screams. He dreamed of nothing. After centuries, a whisper reached him. It sounded like his name. It could have been the wind. It could have been the echo of his own desperate love. He began to remember. Eyes like dim embers flickered open. The world he saw was not the one he had known. The once radiant halls were now draped in mold and slime. Ghosts wailed. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes. The sky was perpetually dark, lit only by a sickly green glow. Viego stood. He pulled the sword from his chest. Black mist flowed from the wound. It did not bleed. It wept vapors. He felt no pulse, only a cold determination. He did not feel hunger or thirst. He felt only longing. He whispered Isolde's name, and the mist answered with a sigh. His memory was incomplete, but one truth remained. He would find her. He stepped down the crumbling stairs. Each footfall sent ripples through the mist. Souls stirred in response. They recognized their king. They remembered his orders. They rose to follow. Viego emerged onto the broken landscape of the Shadow Isles. He saw twisted ruins and fields of gravestones. He saw spirits bound to places, repeating their final moments. He saw Hecarim galloping through the night, dragging souls behind him. He saw Callista, now a spectral warrior, haunting traitors. He saw Thresh, a jailer who delighted in torment, swinging his lantern filled with trapped souls. These beings acknowledged him with a mix of fear and resentment. He offered them no greeting. He had one focus. The black mist poured from his heart like smoke from a chimney, curling and expanding. Wherever it touched, life withered. Plants turned to ash. Animals died and rose as spirits. Viego discovered that he could control the mist. He extended a hand, and the mist responded, moving like a living thing. It was as if his sadness had taken on form to realize that the mist was tied to his emotions. When he thought of Isolde, it surged. When he felt uncertain, it receded. This connection fascinated and horrified him. He vowed to use it to search for her. Chapter 7. The search begins. Viego ventured beyond the Shadow Isles. The black mist traveled across waters, seeping into coastal villages. Fishermen saw it and called it a fog of death. Sailors avoided the area. In Bilgewater, a port city teeming with pirates and fortune seekers, the mist arrived with the tides. People screamed as it rolled in, for those touched by it either died or became wraiths. Viego walked through the streets without hurry. His presence was a silhouette within the fog. He heard voices cry for mercy, but his mind was tuned to a single frequency. He believed that somewhere out there lay an artifact or a spell that could bring Isolde back fully. Rumors reached him of relics imbued with magic. He followed them. He cared nothing for the lives he extinguished. In his mind, they were obstacles between him and his love. The mist scoured the land, draining life. It was both his tool and his curse. As he traveled, fragments of his past surfaced. He walked through what remained of Camavor. Time and the mist had reduced it to ruins. He entered the hall where he had been crowned. The throne room was empty. He touched the stone walls, remembered the feel of the crown, the weight of the sceptre. He remembered his mother's smile, his father's stern lecture. He remembered his brother's laughter. These memories brought no tears. He no longer had tear ducts. They brought only echoes. He wandered through villages where he had once ridden horses. Now spirits hovered above cobbles. Children's toys lay abandoned and rotted. He whispered apologies to no one. He told himself that all of this was necessary. He believed that if he could just find Isolde, he would set everything right. Such thoughts shielded him from guilt. In his journey across the sea, he passed by Ionia's shores. There, monks sensed his presence and chanted to ward off the mist. The mist recoiled at the sound of their harmony, but then surged forward, drawn by his will. He saw vibrant cherry blossoms wilt as the mist touched them. He paused beneath a ginkgo tree, watching leaves fall like tears. For a brief moment, he felt the enormity of what he had done, the lives he continued to destroy. He heard Isolde's voice in his mind, not as she had been in life, but as a memory asking why he had not let her rest. He shook his head. He argued with the phantom that he could not live without her. The phantom faded. He moved on, leaving behind a land diminished. Chapter 8. The Mist and the Music. To most people, the black mist was a plague, a thing of nightmare steps. It was his unending sadness poured from his broken heart. It reminded him of love and loss, of better days, of what had been taken. He did not think of it as evil. He thought of it as purpose. Yet the mist had its own awareness. It reached toward things old and familiar. One night, as Viego sat upon a throne of obsidian in his ruined hall, the mist tugged at his thoughts. It pointed toward the mainland. It whispered of an object that called to him. He could not discern the words, but he sensed urgency. He rose and allowed the mist to guide him. The mist led him to a city by a river, far from the Shadow Isle. HTTPS, Universe, LeagueOfLegends.com, NOS Story, Viego Color Story. On text and 20 now. 2C, 20, 20 hires, 20 found. Stir 20 to 20 feed. 2C, 20 Viego, 20 years. People lived there peacefully, unaware of the ancient grief heading their way. As the mist approached, they saw it as fog. They closed windows, lit candles, whispered prayers. The fog thickened, turning green. Spirits appeared in its tendrils. Then Viego emerged like a shadow. Guards shouted, arrows flew, but the arrows passed through him. He raised a hand and the mist surged forward. Stones crumbled, walls decayed. He moved toward the source of the call, ignoring screams. Wraiths tore at soldiers, but Viego hardly noticed legions. In the center of the city stood a palace. He entered, sword in hand. A ruler confronted him, pleading for mercy. Viego responded only with demands for the treasure behind the ruler. When the ruler hesitated, Viego struck him down without hesitation. Behind a door lay a small music box, tarnished, its gears stiff from disuse. Viego reached out and touched it. The music box began to play a melody faintly familiar. The tune had been played at his wedding to Isolde. Hearing it now, centuries later, pierced his being. The notes were slow and mournful, yet within them was the echo of joy. For a moment, the mist around him stilled. He imagined Isolde's smile. He whispered to the music box, asking if she was near. He felt nothing but the cold metal. He told the box that he would find her, that he would gather every piece of her soul scattered by the ruination. He put the box safely within his cloak. He left the ruined city, the mist trailing behind, carrying the souls of those who had died. He did not look back. Chapter 9. Echoes of Callista and Hecarim. As Viego roamed, he occasionally encountered the spirits of those he had known. One night, in the shadow of a dead tree, he saw a figure with a spear protruding from her chest. Her eyes glowed green. Callista, the general he had once trusted, the niece who had served with honor, now drifted as the spear of vengeance. She glared at him. For a moment, Viego saw her face as it had been proud, lined with purpose. Then he saw the hole where Hecarim's spear had pierced her. He heard whispers from the mist. Callista spoke not with words, but with presence. She accused him of betraying her. She reminded him that she had tried to save the queen. She asked why he had ignored her counsel. Viego answered defensively. He said he had been consumed by love. Callista's aura dimmed as if in sorrow. She turned away, her form dissolving into mist. Viego reached out, but his hand grasped only fog. He was left with echoing guilt. Hecarim's spectre was different. When Viego saw him galloping across the moors, dragging chains of souls, he felt a flash of anger. Hecarim had urged war, had betrayed Callista, had fueled the ruination. Yet Viego recognized that he himself had allowed it. He rode toward Hecarim. The spectral knight stopped and faced him. Their eyes locked. For a heartbeat, old hierarchies resurfaced, king and knight. Viego demanded to know why Hecarim had betrayed them. Hecarim laughed, a hollow sound. He said power had always been the only truth. He said Viego's weakness had invited betrayal. He said he served no king now, only the carnage that fed his hunger. Viego tightened his grip on his sword, but instead of striking, he turned away. It was not anger that drove him. It was still love, still obsession. Hecarim rode off, dragging souls, his laughter echoing. Viego continued his search, each encounter reminding him of his failings. Chapter 10. Thresh's lantern and the weight of souls among the spirits of the Shadow Isles. One jailer stood apart. Thresh, once a humble warden, now relished in the torment of souls. He carried a lantern that captured spirits, keeping them trapped and tortured. Viego crossed paths with Thresh often. The jailer bowed mockingly, calling him Your Majesty. He swung his lantern, and within, Viego glimpsed faces contorted in agony. Thresh offered deals. He promised to reveal pieces of Isolde's soul if Viego would deliver certain spirits to him. Viego hesitated. He hated Thresh's cruelty, yet he wanted Isolde. He bargained. He gave Thresh souls of warriors who resisted the mist. Thresh laughed, delighted. In return, he released whispers of information, rumors of shards of Isolde's essence hidden in artifacts, in songs, in places touched by love. Viego followed these leads. Some were true, most were traps. Each time he dealt with Thresh, he felt grime coat his will. He told himself that any act, no matter how dark, was justified if it brought Isolde back. Such rationalization eroded what little humanity he had left. Chapter 11. Reflections on love and selfishness. Centuries of wandering gave Viego time to reflect. He remembered the early days with Isolde, the joy of simple conversations, the warmth of her hand in his. He asked himself why he had not been content with memories. He considered the difference between love and possession. Love might have meant honoring Isolde's choice to rest. Possession had driven him to tear apart worlds to bring her back. He realized that his love had become selfish. He had cared more about his own pain than her peace. This thought stirred something that might have been shame. He sat by a silent river, watching the mist swirl above the water. He spoke to the river as if to Isolde. He told her that he missed her. He told her that he was sorry. The river answered only with ripples. He felt no forgiveness. He rose, torn between letting go and holding tighter. He chose to continue searching. Old habits and obsessions held him firmly. Chapter 12. Sentinels and resistance. In time, Viego's movements attracted the attention of those who fought against the Black Mist. Lucian and Senna, two warriors from Demacia, carried relic weapons capable of purifying souls. They had personal reasons to hate the mist. Senna had been trapped in Thresh's lantern for years. Lucian had sought to free her. Now together, they formed part of an order called the Sentinels of Light. When Viego's mist encroached upon their homeland, they confronted him. Battles ensued, not of brute force but of wills and ideals. Lucian aimed his relic pistols, firing blasts of light that cut through wraiths. Senna wielded a relic cannon, channeling souls into beams that push back the mist. They spoke to Viego, pleading with him to stop, telling him that Isolde would not want this destruction. Viego responded by summoning waves of mist. He believed they could not understand his love. He felt anger at their interference, but also, secretly, a pang of envy. Their love for each other was mutual, not tainted by obsession. He felt the emptiness of his own path. Other sentinels from faraway regions joined the fight. A Yordle from Bandle City, a Piltovan inventor, an Ionian priestess, each brought light against the shadows. They sought to seal the mist, to find the fragments of Isolde's soul themselves and lay them to rest, thus ending Viego's quest. They journeyed into the ruins, fought wraiths, solved puzzles. Viego pursued them, sometimes clashing, sometimes shadowing from afar. He could not help but notice how they supported each other, how they argued but ultimately trusted. He remembered camaraderie, then realized he had long ago pushed away those who loved him. The Sentinel's resistance slowed his search, but did not stop it. He adapted, using the mist to slip past their defenses. He was relentless. He believed time was endless for him. Each confrontation, however, chipped away at his conviction. Chapter 13. Dreams of Isolde. When Viego rested, he did not sleep as mortals do. He experienced visions. In some, he saw Isolde in fields of flowers. She smiled and beckoned. In others, she was distant, her face blurred, her voice muffled. He dreamed of their wedding, the way the sunlight filtered through stained glass onto their hands. He dreamed of sitting by a fire, her head on his shoulder. Each dream left him with a taste of sweetness, followed by bitterness upon waking. At times, he sensed that the dreams were not memories, but creations of his yearning mind. He wondered whether Isolde's spirit lingered somewhere, whether she called to him or hid from him. He pleaded with the mist to bring him closer. The mist pulsed, but its intent was unknown. Occasionally, he felt something like a hand on his shoulder, gentle and firm. He would turn and find no one. He told himself it was Isolde. He used these sensations as fuel to continue. Chapter 14. A meeting with the spirit of memory. In the ruins of an ancient library deep within the Shadow Isles, Viego encountered a spirit who had once been a scholar. This spirit had not succumbed to madness. She had retained clarity. She greeted Viego with caution. She called him by name. She said she remembered when he had been a boy listening to stories. She asked why he had allowed love to twist into ruin. Viego sat and listened. He explained his reasons, his pain, his belief that the world had been cruel to him. The spirit responded by sharing tales from other cultures about letting go. She told him of Ionian monks who lit lanterns for loved ones who had passed, sending their light down rivers as a symbol of release. She told him of Freljordian traditions of sharing memories of the departed around fires, keeping them alive in stories rather than bodies. She told him of Shuriman rituals honoring ancestors in tombs, ensuring they remained in spirit rather than in flesh. Viego felt anger rise, believing she was telling him to forget Isolde. She clarified that memory and longing were different from clinging to a body. She asked him if he remembered Isolde's voice clearly. He hesitated. He realized that her face had blurred in his mind, that sometimes he imagined her with different eyes, different smile, as described in the color story, where each memory of her face changed. He realized his obsession was based on fragments and projections. The scholar spirit told him that love allowed freedom. She urged him to find a way to honor Isolde without binding her. Viego thanked her, but said he could not yet let go. He left the library with more questions. The mist thickened around him, as if echoing his turmoil. He continued onward. Chapter 15. Journeys through Ionia and Dalmatia. Seeking further clues, Viego travelled through lands he had only heard of in tales. In Ionia, he witnessed people harmonizing with nature. He saw temples where monks meditated under waterfalls. He saw farmers tending rice paddies in silence. He saw children laughing as they chased koi in ponds. The mist, at first hostile to these scenes, seemed to waver. Viego paused. He thought of the concept of balance. He wondered whether his relentless pursuit had thrown not only his life, but the world out of balance. Ionian priests approached him, offering counsel. They spoke of release and of the cycle of life and death. They told him that forcing the world to conform to his will would lead only to suffering. He listened but felt skeptical. He left, carrying their words like pebbles in his pocket. In Dalmatia, the land of stone and anti-magic, Viego felt resistance. The people there distrusted magic. They had built walls of petricite to keep it out. When the black mist approached, the petricite absorbed some of its power, but not all. Viego walked through fields where farmers labored. He felt their fear. He saw soldiers raise their weapons. Among them were Lucian and Senna, ready to defend their home. Viego recognized their courage even as he opposed them. He saw in Dalmatia a mirror of his own kingdom, proud, rigid, fearful of change. He thought of his younger self listening to peasants speak of droughts. He thought of his neglect. He realized that kingdoms could fall not just to invasion, but to internal rot. The mist moved around petricite in strange patterns, absorbing and recoiling. Viego learned that there were some limits to his power. He retreated, planning to return with different strategies. Chapter 16. The Song of the Harrowing. On the eve of an event known as the Harrowing, when the black mist grows most potent, Viego stood at the edge of the Shadow Isles. He listened to the moans of spirits and the crash of waves. The Harrowing was a time when the veil between living and dead was thinnest. It was a night of sorrow for most, of opportunity for Viego. He could spread the mist further, searching more widely. He waited, his sword reflecting the pale green light. As the mist swelled, he raised his hands and guided it toward the horizon. He whispered Isolde's name like a mantra. The mist responded, surging across the sea. Ships caught in its path were consumed. In Bilgewater, bells rang warnings. People armed themselves with relic weapons. Heroes braced. The mist pressed on. Through it all, Viego remained still, eyes closed, mind focused on a single image, the memory of a seamstress's hands moving thread through cloth. He thought of the music box. He thought of the library spirit's questions. He thought of the weight of his choices. He did not stop. The harrowing passed, leaving behind loss and stories. Chapter 17. The weight of centuries living beyond death changed Viego's perception of time. Days blurred. Seasons mattered little in the Shadow Isles. Snow fell and melted without planting or harvest. Flowers bloomed and withered without children picking them. Viego watched centuries pass. He saw the rise of Noxus, the expansion of Piltover's skyships, the building of Zon's pipes. He saw the fall of empires and the emergence of new ones. He realized that his quest might never end unless he ended it. He wondered what he would do if he found Isolde, and she refused to return. He considered the possibility that her soul had moved on, reincarnated, or dissolved into the stars. These thoughts scared him. He clung harder to the idea that she was out there. He collected artifacts rumored to hold pieces of her. He listened to songs. He interrogated spirits. Each lead offered hope and then disappointment. The centuries weighed on him like chains. He grew weary, but refused to rest. Chapter 18, Final Reflections. One quiet night, after yet another fruitless search, Viego stood on a cliff overlooking the sea. The mist around him was calm. The stars above were visible through cracks in the clouds. He took a deep breath, though he did not need air. He closed his eyes and spoke aloud. He said Isolde's name. He said his own. He recounted his journeys, the love that had become obsession, the neglect that had become ruin, the quest that had become endless. He acknowledged the harm he had caused. He acknowledged that the world had moved on without him. He admitted that he did not know how to stop. He asked the night for guidance. There was no answer, but in the silence, he felt a strange peace. It was not forgiveness. It was not release. It was simply the absence of movement, the pause between breaths. For the first time in centuries, he allowed himself to stand without acting, closing lines removed to insert new chapters here. Chapter 19, Memories of the Court. Before the world turned upside down, Viego's childhood within the palace had been filled with many scenes that lingered like paintings hung in a corridor. One memory was of his mother teaching him to read at a table carved with vines. Sunlight poured through the high windows, turning dust motes into floating stars. He stumbled over ancient Camavoran words. His mother's hand rested lightly on his back, her voice patient. She told him that knowledge was a kind of armor. He laughed, saying he preferred actual armor. She smiled and told him there would come a day when he would understand. Another memory was of sneaking into the kitchens late at night with his brother. They hid behind barrels of flour and stole honey cakes, giggling at their rebellion. The cook pretended not to see. In those moments, Viego felt camaraderie with his sibling, a bond forged in shared secrets. When he later lost his brother, those memories became poignant reminders of what could never be reclaimed. Viego also remembered the grand hall during diplomatic banquets. He would sit beside his father, bored by speeches, secretly observing the visiting dignitaries. There were lords from the northern mountains with braided beards, merchants from distant islands with feathered cloaks, and emissaries from Shurima wearing golden circlets. He recalled how his father's voice filled the hall, how his mother's eyes assessed every guest. He saw jealousy and greed simmer beneath polite smiles. He understood that power was a game of masks. At the time, he found it tedious. He would rather have been racing horses or listening to bards. Yet those banquets taught him the art of observation, a skill he would later use when reading the intentions of spirits and enemies. Another memory often returned to Viego as he wandered ruins. It was of his first lesson in swordplay. His tutor, an old knight named Alvar, had placed a wooden sword in his hand and told him to feel its weight. Alvar spoke of balance, of footwork, of respecting the weapon. Viego had swung it wildly at first, imagining himself slaying dragons. Alvar had stopped him and said that mastery came from patience. Over months, Viego learned to strike and parry. He learned how to control his breathing, how to listen to the movement of his opponent. Though he later neglected many of his lessons, the muscle memory remained. When he wielded his enchanted blade centuries later, It was those early lessons that guided his hand. Alvar's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him to keep his grip steady and his feet grounded, even as the world around him was anything but. Chapter 20. The seamstress's tapestries Isolde's life before meeting Viego was woven from threads of family, work, and quiet dreams. She had grown up in a small house by the river, the daughter of a seamstress and a fisherman. Her mother had taught her how to sew before she could read. They mended nets and stitched shirts for villagers. In the evenings, they embroidered patterns for festivals, swirls representing water, diamonds representing harvest. Isolde's fingers bled at first, but she persisted. She learned that each stitch carried intention. Her mother told her that to sew was to tell stories in fabric. When Isolde grew older, she began to dream of creating tapestries that would hang in grand halls. She would watch nobles pass through the marketplace and imagine them admiring her work. She practiced tirelessly, experimenting with dyes, learning to blend colors so that green could fade into gold, red into orange. After marrying Viego, Isolde's artistry flourished. She was given access to the finest threads and the richest dyes. Rather than ordering others to sew for her, she insisted on working with her own hands. She designed a tapestry of Camavor's history, beginning with its founding by settlers who carved the first stones from mountains, continuing through wars and alliances, and ending with her own marriage to the king. Each panel was a story within a story, filled with tiny details, the curl of a dragon's tail in a legend, the grip of a farmer's hand on a plow, the glint of sunlight on the sea. People marveled at her work. She received praise and offers of patronage, yet she remained humble, always returning to her loom with quiet joy. Viego would sit nearby, watching her create. He found peace in the rhythm of her weaving. He would sometimes fall asleep to the sound of the shuttle sliding back and forth. Those peaceful evenings were his dearest memories. Isolde also used her tapestries to advocate for compassion. She created a piece depicting the lives of peasants, their toil, their celebrations, their sorrows. She hung it in the palace's main corridor. Nobles walking past could not ignore it. Some scoffed, but others felt a pang of empathy. She told Viego that art could soften hearts where orders could not. He listened, nodding, but did not fully grasp the power of such subtle influence. After Isolde's death, many of her tapestries were hidden away by those who sought to erase her legacy. When Viego wandered through the ruined palace centuries later, he found some of them torn and faded. He ran his fingers over their frayed threads and remembered her dedication. He wondered how differently events might have unfolded if he had paid more attention to the stories she wove. He mourned not only her life but the wisdom she had tried to share. Chapter 21. Callista's Journey. Callista's search for a cure was long and fraught with challenge. After leaving Camavor, she traveled over mountains where snow never melted. She crossed deserts where sandstorms seemed to whisper secrets. She met with hermits who lived alone in caves, scribbling on stone walls. She spoke to scholars in coastal cities who pored over ancient texts. She sought out sages rumored to live at the peaks of mountains or at the mouths of volcanoes. Each encounter tested her patience and resolve. Some mystics demanded payment or tasks. Others gave cryptic advice. Callista kept going, driven by loyalty to her uncle and love for her queen. Though she believed in the importance of duty, she also genuinely cared for Isolde. She knew that without a cure, the king would descend into madness. She felt the weight of the kingdom on her shoulders. During her travels, she encountered a tribe that told her of an island protected by mist where death could be reversed. They spoke of waters of life hidden within a sacred city. They warned her that to seek such waters was to defy natural law. Callista weighed their warning against her desperation. She decided that the possibility of saving the queen was worth the risk. She sailed with a small crew across treacherous seas. They battled storms and sea monsters. They lost men to waves, but they persisted. When they reached the mists, they were turned away by shimmering barriers. Callista tried to find another way through, but the mist remained impenetrable. Eventually, a shimmering doorway opened, revealing Helia. The Guardians allowed her passage because they sensed her noble intent views. Callista marveled at the city's beauty, at its gentle light and calm waters. The masters of Helia listened to Callista. They understood her plea. They sympathized with her devotion. They told her that they could heal Isolde, but only if she was brought to them while still alive. They gave her a talisman to part the mists. They warned her never to reveal their secrets. Callista promised. She felt hope rise like a sunrise. She returned to Camavor as quickly as wind and water allowed. Each wave whispered urgency. Each star at night seemed to whisper her name. When she arrived and saw the queen's lifeless body, something shattered within her. She had failed. She had been too late. Viego's rage and accusations pierced her. She felt shock when a Hecarim betrayed her, his spear breaking through her armor. As she bled, she felt sadness more than anger. She had tried her best. She had been loyal. She wondered if loyalty without results mattered. When she later rose as a spirit, her loyalty transformed into vengeance. She roamed, seeking traitors. She remembered the journey that had been for nothing, and it fueled her resolve. Chapter 22. The Blessed Isles before darkness. Before the ruination, the Blessed Isles were a place of peace and learning. They were not a kingdom of warriors, but of scholars, healers, and spiritual seekers. The city of Helia shimmered with white stones and golden glass. Streets were clean. Trees with silver leaves lined avenues. Birds sang songs unique to the Isles, their calls gentle and melodious. The inhabitants were attuned to the rhythms of life and death. They did not fear mortality. They believed in balance. They tended gardens that contained rare herbs and flowers. They studied ancient texts and wrote new ones. They welcomed travelers who came with pure intentions, as they did when they allowed Callista entrance. They guided souls to their next journey with rituals that are both solemn and beautiful. Within Helia's inner sanctum was the chamber of renewal, where the waters of life flowed. The chamber was carved from luminous stone that glowed softly without need for torches. In the center was a pool of clear water that emitted a faint mist. Mosaics on the walls depicted cycles of life birth, growth, decay, renewal. Priests guarded the chamber, not to hoard the water, but to ensure it was used in accordance with natural law. They understood that reversing death completely could unravel the fabric of existence. They had used the water to heal grievous wounds and to cure illnesses, but only when life still lingered. They had refused those who sought to cheat death. Their decision to deny Viego was rooted in their understanding of balance. They knew that death was not an enemy but part of the whole. When Viego invaded and brought violence into Helia, the contrast was stark. The quiet corridors filled with screams. The peaceful guardians drew weapons they had rarely used. The sacred trees bled sap. The mosaics cracked. The water itself seemed to ripple in distress. The invasion not only destroyed the city physically, but also ruptured the trust between worlds. The transformation into the Shadow Isles was not a simple flip. It was a tearing and twisting of the very essence of the place. Those who had cherished harmony were forced into torment. The ruins of the Blessed Isles still hold echoes of their old songs. Viego heard them sometimes, faint melodies that wove through the mist. They were reminders of what had been lost because of his actions. Chapter 23. The Moment of Ruin. The moment when Isolde's wraith thrust the enchanted blade into Viego's chest, and the waters of life clashed with dark magic, was a convergence of forces that reverberated through realms. In that instant, time seemed to stretch. Viego felt the shock of metal, the cold of water, the heat of magic. He felt Isolde's anger, confusion, and pain. He saw her eyes no longer brown, but glowing with green fire. He tried to speak, to tell her that he loved her, but no words came. Energy exploded outward. It tore through stone, flesh, and spirit. It shredded the veil between life and death. It turned the serene mists into a ravenous fog. It twisted the prayers of priests into wails. It caught souls in its grip and refused to let them move on. It was as if the world had taken a breath and then exhaled despair. For Viego, that moment was both his death and his rebirth. He died as a man and awakened as someone else. The pain was unlike any wound. It was the pain of losing everything at once. It was the pain of realizing that love had been used as a weapon against him. It was the pain of causing immeasurable suffering. In the explosion, he glimpsed many futures. In some, he let Isolde go and lived as a grieving king who strengthened his realm. In others, he sought other sources of magic and destroyed himself earlier. In one, he simply died and became a story told by bards. But the reality he awoke to was the one where he clung to his desire, his guilt, his obsession. The ruination was not only a physical event, but a choice echoing across time, a choice to hold on rather than let go. Each time Viego replayed that moment in his mind, he wondered what would have happened if he had chosen differently. Yet he never allowed himself to step toward those alternate paths. He remained bound to his chosen ruin. Chapter 24. Wandering the Shadows. The Shadow Isles, after the ruination, were a labyrinth of sorrow. Trees grew twisted, their branches reaching like fingers. The ground was carpeted with moss that glowed faintly. Rivers flowed with dark water that reflected not the sky, but the souls trapped within. Ruined villages dotted the landscape, each frozen in the moment of its destruction. Viego walked through these scenes repeatedly. He memorized the expressions of those who had died: the surprise, the anger, the resignation. He touched walls, feeling the cold of stone altered by magic. He sat among ghosts who did not recognize him. He listened to their endless retellings of their final moments. He began to know the shadows intimately. They became his companions. In his wanderings, he encountered Malkai, a treant who had once nurtured the island's forests. After the ruination, Malkai's bark oozed with dark sap, and he carried vials of purified water to ward off the mist. When Malkai saw Viego, his branches shook. He called Viego a destroyer. He accused him of corrupting the land. Viego listened in silence. He had no defense. Malkai lashed out with roots, trying to bind him. Viego allowed the mist to dissolve the roots. He told Malkai that he did not seek to fight, but to search for Isolde. Malkai roared that Viego's search had cost too much. Their conversation ended with neither convinced. They separated, each carrying anger and sorrow deeper into the Isles. Viego also encountered Yorick, a gravekeeper who carried a shovel and a jar of water from the Blessed Isles. Yorick had the ability to lay souls to rest. He travelled the shadows, burying the dead, whispering rites. When he met Viego, he did not raise his shovel. Instead, he looked at him with weary eyes. Yorick asked if Viego was tired. Viego was surprised by the question. Yorick said he had witnessed countless souls trapped because of Viego's actions. He said he had seen love become curse. He asked Viego when enough would be enough. Viego did not answer. Yorick offered to take Isolde's soul to rest if Viego found it. Viego refused. Yorick sighed and continued on his path. The image of the gravekeeper's lonely figure stayed with Viego. He realized that even in ruin, there were those who sought to bring peace. Chapter 25. Voices in the Mist. The black mist carried not only power, but voices. As it flowed through lands, it collected whispers. Viego often heard these whispers, though he tried to tune them out. There were fragments of conversations cut short, cries of surprise, lullabies sung by mothers moments before death. They were also accusations, pleas, and prayers. At times, the voices formed coherent sentences. A soldier begged for forgiveness for leaving his post. A child asked for her mother. A lover whispered a name over and over. These voices unsettled Viego. He wanted silence, but the mist refused. It was his sadness manifested, and sadness speaks. One evening, while crossing a ruined field, Viego heard a voice that sounded like his own. It said, "Why are we doing this?" He stopped and listened. The voice repeated the question. He asked who spoke. The voice answered that it was the part of him that still remembered a different life. It asked if love could survive when built on harm. Viego argued with himself. He said he had no choice. The voice countered that choices exist in every moment. It told him that each life he ended was a choice. It told him that love did not demand sacrifice of strangers. Viego felt anger and shame. He dismissed the voice as a trick of the mist, yet its words echoed in his mind long after. The voices in the mist did not cease. They became a chorus, sometimes harmonizing, sometimes chaotic. They were the cost of his obsession. Chapter 26. Encounters with other champions while pursuing fragments of Isolde's soul. Viego crossed paths with many beings whose stories intertwined with his. In a valley near the ruins of a temple, he met the hunter Rengar, a Vastaya from the Shuriman jungles. Rengar had heard rumors of a monster cloaked in mist. He sought trophies to prove his prowess. When he encountered Viego, he leaped with blades drawn. Viego blocked with his sword. They exchanged blows steel against claws. Rengar's eyes burned with the thrill of the hunt. Viego felt only irritation. He summoned the mist, causing Rengar to stagger. Seeing that Viego was not a beast to be slain easily, Rengar retreated, vowing to meet again. Viego watched him leave, puzzled by the hunter's desire for challenge. He realized that not everyone was driven by love or vengeance. Some sought meaning in competition and growth. In another region, Viego encountered the spirit blossom Yasuo, a swordsman from Ionia, who had been wandering, seeking redemption. Yasuo sensed the sorrow surrounding Viego. He approached with caution. They spoke briefly, each acknowledging the weight they carried. Yasuo told Viego that running from guilt only deepened it. Viego countered that he was not running, but pursuing. Yasuo shook his head and said that pursuit could also be escape. They drew swords and sparred, not to kill, but to test. Their blades sang in the air. Yasuo moved like wind, Viego like shadow. In the end, they disengaged with a nod. The meeting left Viego contemplative. He respected Yasuo's skill and felt a kinship in their burdens, though their paths diverged. Viego also crossed paths with Gwen, a doll brought to life by magic who carried a pair of giant scissors. Gwen claimed to have been created by Isolde when she was a seamstress. She believed that pieces of Isolde's spirit were within her. When Viego found her, he felt a resonance. He asked her to return to him. She refused. She said she had a purpose of her own to protect rather than destroy. They fought, her scissors against his blade. Gwen's movements were graceful, like stitches pulled through fabric. Viego felt frustration. How could a doll deny him? Yet as they clashed, he sensed Isolde's influence in Gwen's resolve. He hesitated, unwilling to harm something connected to his love. Gwen escaped. Viego was left torn between gratitude and anger. He realized that fragments of Isolde might not want to return to him. They might have new lives, new paths. Chapter 27. Piltover and Zoln. Curiosity and rumor led Viego to Piltover, the city of progress, and its undercity twin, Zaun. He had heard that in these cities of invention, brilliant minds were experimenting with arcane technologies. Perhaps they had discovered artifacts that could bind souls. As the mist crept through Piltover's gleaming streets, it encountered defenses. Hextech crystals glowed, creating barriers of light. Viego paused on a bridge overlooking canals. He admired the skyships that floated above, their propellers humming. He admired the towering spires connected by walkways. He also saw children playing with mechanical toys, laughing. For a moment, he thought of what his own children might have been. He brushed the thought aside. He pressed on. The mist reached into alleys, seeping beneath doors. In Zorn, the air was thick with chem fumes. Pipes dripped glowing fluids. The mist mixed with the smog, creating eerie lights. People accustomed to toxicity hardly noticed another hazard. Viego saw experiments that fused magic with science. He saw a woman with metal arms constructing a device that pulsed with energy. He saw a boy playing a tune on a violin made of recycled parts. He realized that in this city, people took what was broken and crafted new things. It was a mirror of what he sought to do, take a broken love and remake it. He wondered if the processes were similar. He approached a group of artificers and demanded any artifact that could bind souls. They looked at him with fear and confusion. One offered him a hextech core. He touched it, but it responded not to sorrow, but to intention. It pulsed in his hand, and then went dark. He tossed it aside and left. Piltover and Zorn continued to bustle, barely noticing the shadow that had passed. Chapter 28. The Long Winter. There came a period when Viego's search slowed. He had followed many leads and found only dead ends. He had spread the mist across continents and discovered nothing new. He felt an emptiness that even his obsession could not fill. He returned to the Shadow Isles and sat beneath a withered tree. A cold wind blew. He watched as fog drifted across the sea. Winter had settled, though the Isles did not experience seasons in the same way. In his mind, he created the idea of a winter, a time of quiet. He allowed himself to be still. He listened to the crackle of dead leaves. He observed how even in a place of death, cycles persisted. Fungus grew on decay. Ghostly flowers bloomed. He realized that even ruin could not stop life entirely. This thought unsettled him. He wanted the world to mirror his grief, but it refused. It continued. The long winter in his soul was not mirrored outside. He began to suspect that his quest might be not only impossible, but unnatural. During this time, he wrote letters to himself. He carved words into stone with his sword. He asked himself questions. Why do I still seek? What will I do if I succeed? What am I beyond this grief? He tried to answer, but his responses felt hollow. He realized that he had defined himself entirely by his loss. Without the search, he feared he would be nothing. This fear kept him moving even when hope dimmed. He thought of Isolde often, not as she was, but as an idea. He wondered if he had ever truly known her. The long winter forced him to confront his identity. It forced him to sit with his own emptiness. In that emptiness, he felt a small space where something new could grow, but he did not yet know what. Chapter 29. The Call of the Watcher's Legends spoke of ancient beings beyond reality who watched the world with indifferent eyes. They were known as the Watchers. Some said they slumbered beneath ice in the Freljord. Others said they hovered in the stars. Viego had never believed in them. His world had been shaped by human dramas, love, betrayal, pride. Yet one night, while standing on the cliffs of the Shadow Isles, he heard a sound that did not come from the mist or the waves. It was a deep, resonant note that vibrated through the air. It seemed to come from the sky itself. He looked up and saw stars shifting slightly, forming patterns he had not noticed before. He felt a pressure in his mind, as if an ancient thought touched his own. The mist trembled. He felt small. The pressure deepened. Images flashed before him, glaciers, voids, endless darkness. He saw creatures made of ice and shadow, monstrous and beautiful. He heard a voice without language. It conveyed feelings, curiosity, hunger, contempt. He sensed that something beyond his understanding had noticed him. It saw his obsession like a candle in the dark. It seemed to ask why he clung to a single soul when entire worlds awaited. It offered him a vision of what he could become if he surrendered his humanity completely. He could be a vessel for a force beyond grief. He could wield power that dwarfed even the black mist. Viego recoiled. He realized that there were depths of madness deeper than his own. He whispered Isolde's name as an anchor. The pressure eased. The stars returned to their usual positions. The mist calmed. Viego was left shaken. He knew that in his quest, he had brushed against forces older and colder than love. He realized that to continue blindly might invite annihilation on a cosmic scale. Chapter 30. The Weight of Songs. As Viego wandered, he occasionally heard songs. They came from villages, from traveling bards, from spirits humming tunes they had loved in life. Music had always moved him. His wedding had been accompanied by melodies that spoke of hope and unity. Now, centuries later, those same songs still existed, though altered by time and region. He heard a shepherd sing of lost love as he tended sheep on a hillside. He heard children in Noxus jump rope while chanting a rhyme that referenced a king whose heart wept mist. He heard a Freljordian skald sing of a man who chased the past so fiercely that he became a storm. Each song carried weight. Each song was a thread connecting his story to many others. He realized that even if names changed and details shifted, the essence of his tragedy had become part of the world's tapestry. People used his story as a cautionary tale, a metaphor for obsession. Viego stopped in an abandoned tavern and found a broken lute. He picked it up and strummed. The strings were out of tune, and his fingers were clumsy after centuries without practice. Still, A sound emerged. He played a simple melody, similar to the one from the music box. The notes echoed in the empty room. He felt a wave of emotion, a blend of longing and acceptance. He realized that he missed making music for joy. He missed creating rather than destroying. He played until the strings snapped. The act of playing did not change his path, but it reminded him that there were parts of him untouched by mist. He thought about how songs outlast kings, how melodies travel across generations. He wondered what songs people would sing of him centuries hence. He hoped that at least one would contain a note of understanding, not just condemnation. Chapter 31. The Law of Cycles. Through his travels and encounters, Viego began to understand something that monks and healers had tried to tell him, that life moves in cycles. Day follows night, seasons follow one another, empires rise and fall, love emerges and fades. Death is part of that cycle, not an aberration. He had fought this truth with every fiber of his being. He had believed that love could break cycles. He had believed that his grief justified breaking natural laws. But the world around him continued its rhythms regardless. Children were born, laughed and cried even as his mist crept along riverbanks. Flowers bloomed in cracks of ruined walls. Songs evolved, tears dried, smiles returned. He realized that he had been standing against a tide that would always flow. He could not stop it. He could only choose how to stand in it. He contemplated what it would mean to join the cycle rather than fight it. Could he allow Isolde to be part of the natural flow? Could he honor her by letting her spirit move on? Could he transform his love into stories, into kindness toward others, into art rather than destruction? These questions pressed against his chest. He felt fear. Without his obsession, what would he be? A king without a kingdom, a man without a heart, a spirit without purpose. The uncertainty scared him more than the cycle. Yet deep within, he sensed that true love might require release. He realized that clinging too tightly had turned love into possession and pain. He had to decide whether to step into the cycle or remain outside, lost in perpetual winter. Chapter 32. The Last Relic. After many centuries, rumors reached Viego of a relic hidden deep within a mountain in Targon, a place where mortals could ascend and become aspects. The relic was said to hold a shard of a soul, preserved by ancient magic. Though he had grown weary of chasing rumors, the mention of Targon intrigued him. It was a place of celestial power, far removed from the Shadow Isles. He traveled across continents, through deserts and forests, to reach its base. The climb was arduous. The air thinned. Stars seemed closer. He felt small under the mountain's presence. The mist clung to him like a cloak, heavy but faithful. Along the path, he met pilgrims seeking enlightenment. They looked at him with awe and fear. Some bowed, thinking him a god of death. He ignored them. He climbed for days, using his sword as a staff. At night, he rested in caves and listened to the wind. When he reached a plateau, he found a cave entrance marked by ancient runes. Inside, the air glowed with soft light. At the center of the cave, on a pedestal of stone, sat a crystal. Within it swirled a faint light, pulsing gently. Viego approached. He reached out. The crystal responded to his presence. He felt a warmth that he had not felt in centuries. It was not Isolde's presence, but something reminiscent of her compassion, patience, resilience. He realized that this relic held not her soul, but the essence of what she had embodied. He held it gently. He considered taking it, using it to fuel his search. Instead, he did something unexpected. He placed his hand over the crystal and closed his eyes. He whispered gratitude for Isolde's love, for the memories they had shared, for the lessons he had learned. He left the crystal where it was. As he walked away, he felt lighter. He did not know if this was the beginning of letting go, or a momentary reprieve. It was, however, a choice not to take. It was a small step toward honoring, rather than possessing. Chapter 33. Farewell and Quiet. With so many years behind him and uncertain years ahead, Viego found himself again on a quiet hill overlooking the sea. He thought of all the paths he had taken. He thought of the lives intertwined with his Isolde, Callista, Hecarim, Thresh, Lucian, Senna, Gwen, Maokai, Yorick, Yasuo, Rengar, and countless unknown souls. He thought of the choices that had led to ruin, and the small moments of grace that had punctuated his journey. He realized that his story was not just his own. It was part of a larger tapestry of love, ambition, error, and redemption. He understood that history would remember him as a cautionary tale. He could not change that. He could only influence how he carried forward. He spoke aloud into the night, even though no one was near. He said he was tired. He said he wished to rest. He said he did not know how. He turned to you once more, sleepy summoner. He thanked you for walking with him through his long, sorrowful tale. He hoped that in listening, you had learned something about the power of love and the importance of letting go. He hoped that you would examine your own heart and release what no longer serves you. He hoped that you would plant seeds of kindness where he had sown pain. He told you that stories can heal if we let them sink in. He invited you to rest now, to close your eyes, to breathe deeply. He promised that although the mist would always exist in some form, there would always be light to balance it. He then fell silent. The mist around him settled. The stars above shone. The waves below whispered. A calm descended. Perhaps he would continue his search. Perhaps he would one day surrender. For now, in this moment, there was peace. He sat upon the hill and listened to the world. He did not move. He simply existed, a figure carved from shadow and love, holding within him the potential for both ruin and redemption. Chapter 34. The Seamstress Shadow. Long after the encounter with the Gravekeeper and the Travelers of Helia, Viego wandered deeper into the ruined palaces and forgotten villages that dotted the Shadow Isles. In one crumbling house, hidden beneath a pile of cracked boards, he found a wooden trunk bound with iron bands. A faint aura emanated from within, like the warmth of a candle hidden in darkness. He pried open the lid and saw a doll lying inside. The doll had blue hair made from thread, button eyes that gleamed in the dim light, and a dress stitched from scraps of cloth. Despite centuries of neglect, the fabric was remarkably intact. Threads glowed with residual magic, a gentle light woven into every seam. Viego felt his chest tighten. He recognized the careful handiwork. It reminded him of Isolde, the seamstress whose hands had once mended his cloak and made tapestries that told the history of Camaror. The doll was Gwen, the creation of Isolde, infused with her love and skill. Looking at it was like looking at a fragment of the past, a memory preserved not by stories, but by stitches. As Viego watched, the doll began to move. Fingers flexed, head turned, eyes blinked. A soft gasp escaped the small cloth mouth. Gwen sat up, looking around with wonder. She lifted her hands and examined her own seams, as if seeing them for the first time. The magic within her seemed to awaken fully, filling her with awareness. She touched the inside of the trunk. the weathered boards, the vines creeping through cracks in the walls. She seemed fascinated by everything. When she finally noticed Viego, she tilted her head. Her voice was light and curious as she asked where she was and who he might be. Viego introduced himself slowly, unsure if his presence would frighten her. He explained that she was on the Shadow Isles, that he had once been king of Camavor, and that he had loved the woman who had created her. Gwen listened with wide eyes. She did not show fear. Instead, she seemed intrigued by the idea of exploring. She spoke with gratitude for being awakened and expressed a desire to see the world. The innocence in her words contrasted sharply with the weight Viego carried. It reminded him of the early days of his relationship with Isolde, when hope had been fresh. Gwen stepped out of the trunk and twirled. She moved with grace despite her small stature. Her scissors, which had lain beside her, floated up and hovered near her hands. They gleamed with a metallic sheen. She spoke of a purpose she felt without fully understanding it. Viego watched as she took tentative steps through the ruined house, touching walls and feeling textures. He followed at a respectful distance. Outside, the mist curled around them. Gwen seemed unbothered by it. She looked up at the sickly green sky and marveled at the color. She said it reminded her of emerald thread. As they walked, she hummed a tune that Viego recognized. It was a lullaby Isolde had sung to him when they had sat by the fire. Hearing it from this doll, made of fabric and magic, caused a wave of emotion to wash over him. He felt both comfort and sorrow. He allowed himself to hum along. The notes blended with the moans of ghosts, creating a strange harmony that filled the empty streets with life. As they explored, Gwen asked Viego questions. She wanted to know what flowers were, why the trees were twisted, what the names of the stars were. Each question forced Viego to recall knowledge he had long since stopped using. He spoke of daisies and roses, of oaks and willows, of constellations that sailors used to navigate. Gwen listened attentively, her head nodding. She then spoke about sewing, about how stitches could hold cloth together and also hold memories. She said she could feel memories in her own seams, memories of the person who created her, of laughter and warmth, of a needle gliding through fabric. She expressed curiosity about who Isolde had been, beyond the hands that had made her. Viego described Isolde's kindness, her wisdom, her strength, and her artistry. He spoke slowly, savoring each detail as if tasting it. He realized that by telling Gwen about Isolde, he was reminding himself of her not as a symbol, but as a person. The act of sharing became a form of healing. There came a moment when Gwen stopped at a mirror that hung crooked on a wall. She looked at her reflection. She saw the thread that held her together, the buttons that formed her eyes, the seams that traced her arms and legs. She then looked at Viego's reflection beside her. She saw a figure wreathed in mist, eyes glowing with green light, hair like smoke. She asked if he was happy. The question caught Viego off guard. He had not considered happiness in centuries. He thought of his quest, of his obsession, of the destruction he had wrought. He answered honestly, saying he did not know how to be happy anymore. Gwen reached out and touched the mirror, her small cloth hand overlapping Viego's spectral one. She said that maybe happiness could be found in small stitches, in mending rather than tearing. She told him she felt called to help others to mend what was broken. Her words were simple, but they carried a wisdom beyond her apparent age. Viego felt something shift inside him. he realized that even a creature born from magic and thread could understand healing better than he had. As the sunless day turned into a starless night, Gwen announced that she wished to travel beyond the ruined village. She wanted to see gardens and meet people. She wanted to make dresses and fix things. Viego warned her about the dangers beyond the spirits that lingered, the traps set by Thresh, the monstrous apparitions. Gwen nodded, but her determination did not waver. She said that staying in a trunk had been safe but empty. She preferred to risk pain and learn. Viego felt protective, yet he knew he could not confine her. He remembered how he had tried to confine Isolde in life, and how that had led to ruin. He took a step back. He wished Gwen luck. He told her that if she ever needed guidance, she could call on him. Gwen smiled and thanked him. Then she skipped away, scissors floating behind her like an eager companion. Her figure faded into the mist, a small beacon of blue in a world of green and grey. Viego stood still for a long time, listening to the echo of her laughter. After Gwen left, Viego returned to the trunk. He ran his fingers over the wood and the cloth scraps within. He thought about creation and memory. He understood that the doll had been infused with part of Isolde's spirit, not a fragment of her soul, but the essence of her craft and care. That essence had given the doll life. It had been preserved all those centuries, waiting to be awakened. Viego realized that love could be preserved in objects and passed down through time. Threads could carry tenderness, wood could hold warmth, melodies could hold memories. He wondered how many other small miracles lay hidden among the ruins, waiting to be found. He felt grateful for having witnessed one. He also felt humbled. Gwen's existence was proof that life could arise from ruin, that something gentle could emerge from a story marked by sorrow. He tucked that thought into his mind like a folded piece of cloth. It would serve as a reminder that healing could begin with even the smallest stitch. Chapter 35. The Sentinel Call. The passing centuries saw not only Viego's wandering, but also the rise of those who opposed him. Among them were the Sentinels of Light, an ancient order dedicated to containing the black mist and guiding lost souls. While they had long been scattered across Runeterra, recent events drew them together. The mist had spread farther than ever before, reaching cities and villages that had never known it chill. Lucian and Senna, a couple bound by love and tragedy, had taken up the mantle of leadership within the order. They had personal reasons to stand against Viego, for the mist had once trapped Senna and torn her from life. Their resolve was a flame in the darkness. Word of their efforts reached Viego through whispers carried by the mist. At first, he dismissed them as meddlesome mortals. Over time, he realized that they were more than that. They were echoes of his own passion, but directed towards saving rather than consuming. Viego observed the sentinels from afar, his presence in the mist allowing him to witness their gatherings without being seen. He watched as they recruited others, a marksman named Akshan, a swordswoman named Riven, a caretaker named Gwen, a Yordle monk named Senna, who wielded relic guns, and many more. Each member brought a piece of personal history and a skill forged by hardship. They trained together, sharing stories by campfires, cleaning weapons, and refining strategies. They spoke of hope and of responsibility. They recounted legends of ancient sentinels who had held the line during past harrowings. They emphasized that their fight was not one of vengeance, but of balance. Viego listened, and felt an unexpected respect. These were not conquerors. They were guardians. In their companionship, he saw glimpses of what he had lost, a community united by purpose rather than fear. Among the sentinels, Lucian stood out with his unwavering focus. He carried 2 guns forged from relic metals. These weapons could channel light that cut through mist. Lucian's eyes burned with determination, but beneath that fire was a deep love for his partner. Senna, having been freed from a lantern that had held her soul captive, moved with a grace shaped by years of enduring darkness. She wielded a massive relic cannon and carried within her the voices of souls she had encountered while trapped in the lantern. The voices guided her, warned her, and sometimes comforted her. Together, Lucian and Senna formed a synergy of light and shadow. They complemented each other's strengths. Their bond reminded Viego of the early days of his marriage, before tragedy, before obsession. Seeing them fight side by side stirred envy and admiration in equal measure. Akshan, the rogue sentinel, brought a different energy to the group. He fought injustice with charm and cunning, wielding a grappling hook and a relic weapon that could resurrect those recently lost. He spoke of vengeance in a playful tone, masking pain with humor. Riven, carrying a broken blade from Noxus, sought redemption for past deeds. She understood the weight of ruin and the possibility of transformation. Her presence was quiet but powerful. Even Gwen joined the Sentinels, leaving behind her exploration of the Isles to stand against the spreading mist. Her scissors danced in arcs of light, cutting through spectral foes with surprising speed. She smiled as she fought, not because she enjoyed violence, but because she felt she was mending the world. Each sentinel had a story of loss and resilience. Viego saw that they fought not out of hatred for him personally, but out of love for those they sought to protect. As the sentinels embarked on a journey across Runeterra to seal relics that contained fragments of Isolde's soul, Viego followed. He sought the same fragments, believing that reuniting them would bring Isolde back. The chase became a dance across continents. In Shurima's deserts, the sentinels uncovered an ancient tomb, where one such fragment lay hidden. Viego arrived, his mist filling the burial chamber. A confrontation ensued. Lucian fired beams of light that carved through the mist, creating paths for his allies. Senna channeled soul energy into barriers. Gwen cut through lesser spirits with her scissors. Akshan swung from pillars, distracting Viego with taunts. Riven held back spectral warriors that emerged from the sand. Despite their efforts, Viego's power was immense. He pushed forward, reaching for the relic. At the last moment, Gwen stepped between him and the fragment, her fabric body glowing with determination. She spoke not with anger, but with empathy, asking Viego whether taking the fragment would truly heal him or only deepen his wound. The question lingered in the air. Viego paused, his hand inches away. In that hesitation, the sentinels were able to secure the relic and retreat. The chase continued to Bilgewater, where a music box containing another fragment rested in a sunken ship. The mist collided with ocean spray as Viego and the sentinels fought on slippery decks. Sea serpents stirred, sensing the magic. Harpoons flew. The smell of salt and rot filled the air. Amid the chaos, Viego found himself face to face with Senna. She looked at him without hatred, only resolve. She spoke of her years trapped in Thresher's lantern, of the souls she had comforted, of the suffering she had witnessed. She told him that holding on to pain had nearly destroyed her, that learning to let go had freed her. Her words were like a key turned in a lock. They resonated with something deep in Viego. He hesitated again. The sentinels seized the moment to claim the music box. They thanked the sea as they left. Viego watched the waves crash over the wreck. He realized that the world offered countless opportunities to release, yet he continued to grasp. Each missed fragment became not just a lost piece of Isolde, but also a lesson he refused to learn. The final confrontation occurred in the heart of the Shadow Isles. All fragments had been gathered except one, the heart fragment that Thresh guarded within his labyrinthine tower. The sentinels marched through corridors of bone and vine, their relic weapons burning green. Viego approached from the other side, drawn by the beating echo of the fragment. Within the central chamber, Thresh awaited, his lantern swinging, his chains coiled. He taunted Viego and the sentinels, reminding them of their failures and fears. The battle that followed was slow and intense. Light clashed with dark. Songs clashed with screams. In the midst of it, Viego and Senna locked eyes. He saw in hers a plea not of surrender, but of understanding. She seemed to say that even if he succeeded in reuniting the fragments, the result would not be what he imagined. The pieces had changed, and so had he. Viego felt the truth of this. He reached for the fragment anyway, unable to stop himself. His hand passed through the cage of chains. He touched the crystal and felt a surge of warmth, a memory of holding Isolde's hand. Then Thresh yanked the fragment away with his chain and cast it into the void. The fragment dissipated into light. The chase was over. When the sentinels dispersed after that final battle, Viego did not pursue them. He returned to the hill overlooking the sea. He thought of the sentinels as torches in darkness, small individually, but bright when gathered. He recognized that they had risked their lives out of love for others, not love for themselves. In their determination, he saw the inverse of his own journey. They fought to let others go on living. He had fought to bring one person back, regardless of the cost. Their example lingered in his mind. It nudged him gently, urging him toward acceptance. He was not ready to release his grief, but he now understood that there were other paths toward healing besides clinging. He carried the image of their campfires with him as he wandered again, their warm light a reminder that there were people in the world, faced sorrow with courage and kindness. Chapter 36. The Gloom and the Doll. Not long after the fragments vanished, the mist thickened once more, carrying a different kind of darkness. It was not the heavy despair of the ruination or the chill of a spectral energy. It was a gloom tinged with sighs and apathetic mutterings. The source was a yordle named Vex. She was small, with dark fur, a hood that shadowed her eyes, and a lantern that emitted a dull purple light. Unlike the cheerful yordles of Bandle City, who sought adventure and friendship, Vex reveled in melancholy. She traveled the world spreading gloom, feeding on negative feelings and bemoaning the brightness of others. Her power amplified sadness, making the air heavy. She had been drawn to the Shadow Isles by the magnitude of sorrow emanating from Viego. The mist and her gloom intermingled, creating a unique fog that muffled sound and color. Viego encountered Vex near a cluster of weeping willows whose branches dripped with dew. She floated above the ground, her lantern swinging lazily. Her expression was one of perpetual boredom. She looked at Viego with mild curiosity and commented on how dramatic his story was. She called the ruination extra and said she preferred staying at home in her room. Her sarcasm was both annoying and oddly refreshing. She did not fear him, nor did she worship him. She simply regarded him as another source of gloom. When he approached, she sighed deeply and asked if he planned to monologue about his lost love. Viego felt irritation rise, yet there was humor hidden in Vex's monotone. He realized that she was not mocking his pain so much as reflecting a different way of processing it. She seemed to suggest that one could be sad without destroying the world. They walked, or rather, Viego walked, and Vex floated through a forest where sunlight never reached. Vex pointed out dead flowers, broken statues, and skeletons as if they were curiosities. She talked about how she enjoyed solitude, how she found crowds exhausting, how she hated loud noises. She recounted a time when she had been dragged along on an adventure by a cheerful yordle named Tristana, and how she had found it unbearable. Viego listened, surprisingly engaged. In her complaints, he heard echoes of his own aversion to the world's bustle. He had pushed everyone away for centuries. Vex had done the same, though on a smaller scale. She drew her power from gloom, but she did not cling to any one person or event. She allowed feelings to pass like clouds. Viego began to see gloom not just as a weight, but also as a shade that could protect delicate things from harsh light. Gwen crossed their path during this wandering. Her bright blue hair and embroidered dress contrasted starkly with Vex's dark cloak. She greeted Viego warmly and then turned to Vex with a smile. Vex rolled her eyes and muttered something about overly cheerful seamstresses. Gwen laughed and said she understood that not everyone loved colour, but that even dark fabric could be beautiful if cared for. She offered to stitch a patch onto Vex's cloak to reinforce a frayed edge. Vex scowled but allowed it. Gwen stitched with quick, precise movements. As she worked, she hummed. Vex's gloom receded slightly. The air lightened. Viego watched this interaction with fascination. It was as if the seams between despair and hope were being mended by simple kindness. Vex grumbled that the new patch was too neat. Gwen replied that neatness did not negate sadness. It simply showed care. Vex shrugged and admitted that maybe care was acceptable sometimes. In the days that followed, Viego found himself drawn to both Gwen and Vex. They represented two aspects of emotion care and melancholy. Gwen taught him that gentleness could mend even the most tattered fabric. Vex taught him that it was acceptable to feel low, to retreat, to sigh, without turning those feelings into destruction. Together, they offered him perspectives he had never considered. He began to experiment with allowing emotions to flow through him rather than trying to control them. When gloom settled, he allowed it to wash over him like rain. When care surfaced, he allowed it to warm him like sun. He still longed for Isolde, but the longing began to shift from a sharp ache to a dull hum. It became part of his atmosphere rather than a spear through his heart. One evening, as Viego, Gwen, and Vex sat together on fallen logs, a small fire crackled between them. Its flames were faint, barely illuminating their faces. Gwen told a story about a time when she had tried to bake bread and burned it, laughing at her own clumsiness. Vex sighed dramatically and said, burning bread was a metaphor for life things never turned out the way one wanted. Viego listened and felt a rare softness. He shared a memory of his mother teaching him to read, the way dust motes had danced in sunlight. Vex asked if there were any spiders in the story. Gwen giggled. The conversation meandered like a stream. No grand revelations were spoken, no tears were shed. Yet when the fire died down and each went their separate way, Viego felt as though some of the tightness in his chest had loosened. He realized that healing did not always come through epic battles or cosmic decisions. Sometimes it came through small, unremarkable evenings in the company of unlikely friends. Chapter 37. The Hidden Library. Deep within the Shadow Isles, past fields of gravestones and swamps that whispered names, there was a library built of black marble and veined stone. It had once been part of Helia, the grand city, but had sunken into the earth during the ruination. Its shelves, carved from petrified wood, curved into arches like the ribs of a whale. Books bound in leather, bark and silk rested on these shelves, protected by spells that had survived the catastrophe. The air inside was cool. Light came from crystals embedded in the ceiling, casting a gentle glow. The library was tended by a single guardian, a spirit who had once been a scholar. She now wandered between shelves, humming to herself and rearranging scrolls. She remembered every book's place, every author's name, every topic's location. Her dedication had not waned with death. Viego discovered this library by accident. He had followed a trail of faint light through a cavern and emerged into the Hall of Knowledge. He paused, feeling the weight of countless words surrounding him. He had not read a book since his days as prince, when tutors had forced him to study. Since then, his life had been consumed by action and regret. He stepped forward cautiously. The spirit guardian appeared from behind a shelf. She wore robes that fluttered as though underwater. Her face was serene, her eyes blank but aware. She recognized Viego. She bowed slightly and asked if he came as a destroyer or a seeker. He considered her question. He answered that he sought understanding. The spirit nodded and led him to a table. She told him that the library contained histories of nations, journals of explorers, treatises on magic, and poems of love. It also held records of grief and accounts of ruin. She suggested he start with a book about cycles. Viego opened the book with caution. Dust puffed into the air. The pages were thin and brittle, yet the ink was clear. The text described the concept of samsara, a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth believed by some Ionian sages. It explained that souls move through many lives, learning and unlearning, binding themselves with attachments and releasing them. It emphasized that clinging to any stage caused suffering. Viego read slowly, his finger tracing words. He thought of his own refusal to allow Isolde to move on. He realized that he had interrupted a cycle not only for himself, but for her. The book did not condemn such actions outright. It simply explained consequences. It said that to step out of the cycle required deep understanding and compassion. He closed the book after reading the final page. He felt unsettled but enlightened. The guardian returned with a scroll from a faraway land. It contained a poem about a fisherman who loved the sea. The fisherman spent his life casting nets, feeding his family, and watching the horizon. When he died, his spirit became a wave that continued to caress the shore. The poem suggested that love could transform into new forms without clinging. Viego read the verses aloud, his voice echoing. Hearing poetry felt strange after so long. He realized that not all stories were cautionary. Some were gentle reminders that change was natural. The guardian then brought him a treatise written by Durand, the Dalmatian sculptor and scholar whose writings had inspired Lux to help free him. The treatise discussed petricite and its ability to absorb magic. It theorized that materials could carry memory and intent. Viego understood that his shackles had been made of such material. He considered that objects, like people, held power depending on how they were used. Hours turned into days. Viego read about the Freljord and its tribes, about the rise of Targon's aspects, about Noxian philosophy. He read personal letters preserved from soldiers who had fought in wars, describing boredom, fear, and companionship. He read diaries of gardeners who described the growth of rare flowers. He read a play from Piltover about inventors who argued about ethics. Each text opened a window into another life. He realized that his own story, while dramatic, was not the only story. The world was vast, filled with countless threads. His tragedy was one among many. This realization did not diminish his pain, but it contextualized it. It made him feel simultaneously smaller and more connected. During his time in the library, Viego spoke with the Guardian. She told him that she had stayed behind after the ruination, not out of obligation, but out of love for knowledge. She said that when people forgot, stories disappeared, and with them lessons. She saw her role as preserving wisdom for those who would come after. Viego asked why she had not moved on. She replied that she found peace in organizing books. She had accepted her role. There was no sadness in her voice. Viego admired her serenity. He asked if she had any advice for him. She paused and then said that knowledge could lead to understanding, but understanding alone did not bring peace. Peace came from aligning one's actions with that understanding. She suggested that he use the knowledge he had gained not only to think differently, but to act differently. He thanked her and promised to try. When Viego left the library, he carried no physical book. He did not need to. The words had settled in his mind. He felt heavier with information, yet lighter with perspective. He understood that there were many scholars who had warned against disrupting natural laws, many healers who had shown alternative ways to cope with loss, many storytellers who had captured the ache of longing and the relief of release. He realized that by refusing to listen, he had isolated himself from a vast community of human experience. The library remained behind him, its guardian continuing to dust shelves and humming. He looked back once and nodded in respect. Then he stepped into the mist, ready to allow these new insights to influence his steps. Chapter 38. The Long Winter. The Freljord lay north of the Shadow Isles, its landscape carved by glaciers and dotted with mammoth bones. It was a place of white horizons, of icebergs that cracked with thunderous booms, of endless nights where the aurora painted the sky with curtains of green and purple. Viego had visited it once when he had sought elemental magic to amplify the mist. He returned now not as conqueror, but as observer. He wanted to understand how people survived in a world that seemed perpetually on the brink of freezing. He also felt drawn to the stories of the three sisters Avarosa, Cerilda, and Lysandra, whose decisions had shaped the Freljord's fate. He wondered if their tales contained lessons about choice, sacrifice, and consequence. As Viego walked across icy plains, his footsteps left no prints. The mist emanating from him turned to sparkling frost. Snowflakes swirled in patterns around him. He saw tribes of humans huddled around bonfires, their cheeks red from wind. He saw sleds pulled by hardy beasts. He heard songs sung in guttural tones, songs that told of heroes like Ash and Sejuani, of shamans who communed with spirits, of battles fought with honor. He also heard whispers of Lysandra, the Ice Witch, who had bargained with cosmic entities known as the Watchers to gain power, and who had then entombed them beneath the ice to prevent the world's end. The Freljordians feared her and revered her. They saw in her both villain and saviour. Viego felt a strange kinship with this figure, who had made a devastating choice for love of her people. During a blizzard, Viego sought shelter in a cave. Inside he found ancient drawings carved into the walls. The drawings depicted 3 women holding a spear, a bow, and a staff. Beneath them were shapes that looked like eyes. Viego ran his hand over the carved lines. He thought of the Watchers, those cosmic beings from beyond the stars who had once sought to consume the world. Lysandra had blinded them with ice magic, trapping them under the Freljord. Yet the threat remained. The Watchers slumbered, dreaming of return. Viego considered how similar his obsession was to their hunger. Both were relentless. Both could sleep for centuries and then rise. He wondered what would happen if the Watchers awakened. Would they and he recognize each other as kin in ruin? He shivered, not from cold, but from the thought. In the following days, Viego met a tribe guided by an elderly shaman. The shaman's hair was white, braided with bones and feathers. Her eyes were clouded by cataracts, but glowed with a faint blue light. She invited Viego to sit by the fire. She offered him fermented milk and dried fish. He accepted. They spoke in low voices. She told him of the everlasting winter, a myth that foretold a time when the sun would disappear and ice would consume all. She said the myth was both a warning and a reminder that even the harshest winters ended when fires were tended and communities held together. She asked Viego why he wandered alone. He told her of his loss. She nodded, having heard many such tales. She then said that winter was not the enemy. Isolation was. She encouraged him to share his burden. He listened and felt the heat of the fire sink into his bones. He realized that warmth did not come only from flames. It came from sharing space. One night, during the long polar darkness, Viego wandered onto a frozen lake. The sky above was a dome of stars. The ice beneath creaked. In the center of the lake, he saw a figure standing alone. She wore armor made of carved ice and wielded a spear that glowed with power. Her hair was white and braided. Her eyes were blue and piercing. She was Lysandra. She turned her head slowly and regarded him. Her voice carried across the ice, cold and clear. She acknowledged him as a fellow wielder of forces that shaped worlds. She said she had sacrificed her sisters and her humanity to save the Freljord. She asked what he had sacrificed and for what purpose. Viego answered that he had sacrificed everything for love and had destroyed all that he had loved. Lysandra's expression did not change, but her eyes softened minutely. She told him that power always demanded a price, and that sometimes the price was paid by those one sought to protect. She advised him to look beneath the surface of his obsession and see what lay frozen there. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing into snowflakes. Her words echoed like the crack of ice. Viego spent months in the Freljord, learning from tribes, listening to howling winds, watching wolves hunt caribou. He participated in a ritual where ice water was poured over the heads of youths to teach them resilience. He observed how families huddled together in huts, sharing blankets and stories. He realized that survival in such a climate required cooperation, patience, and acceptance of hardship. He began to see his own suffering not as unique, but as part of the human condition. The Freljordians did not curse the snow. They danced in it. They did not fear the cold. They prepared for it. They did not love winter. They respected it. This attitude inspired Viego. He learned to respect his own grief rather than fight it. When spring's first thaw arrived, subtle as a sigh, Viego stood on a ridge overlooking a valley. He watched as ice melted in rivulets, as green shoots emerged, as birds returned. The long winter ended as it always did. He felt a sense of awe. He thought back to the cycle of seasons described in the book he had read. He acknowledged that no winter lasted forever. Even the deepest sorrow could thaw. He carried this lesson with him as he left the Freljord. The taste of fermented milk still on his tongue, and the sound of Lysandra's words still in his ears. He knew that his journey was not over, but he now understood that he could endure it with patience rather than desperation. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Climb. Viego had heard stories of Mount Targon ever since he was a child listening to travelling bards. They spoke of a mountain that pierced the heavens, where those chosen by celestial beings could ascend and become aspects manifestations of cosmic ideals. They told tales of warriors who climbed and came back transformed, their eyes glowing with starfire. During his endless search for Isolde, Viego had considered Targon as a source of power, yet he had avoided it, perhaps fearing that its divine light would expose the darkness within him. After his journey through the Freljord, however, curiosity drew him south to its base. He wanted to see what those who sought transcendence experienced. He did not seek to become an aspect. He sought perspective. The mountain loomed, a massive silhouette against the sky. Clouds clung to its slopes. Pilgrims from many lands gathered at its foot, their eyes filled with hope and terror. They carried offerings, flowers, carvings, prayers whispered into jars. Some sought healing, others sought glory, all sought transformation. Viego mingled among them, unseen. He watched as they began their climb. The path was steep and treacherous. It wound through forests where snow monkeys chattered, across ridges where wind screamed, up cliff faces where every handhold mattered. Those who climbed together sang to keep rhythm. Those who climbed alone whispered encouragement to themselves. Many turned back, some pressed on. Viego followed at his own pace, his spectral form unaffected by altitude. At mid-mountain, Viego encountered a shrine carved into the rock. Its walls depicted celestial beings with wings and halos. An elderly man sat cross-legged before the shrine, eyes closed. He held a staff carved with symbols. He had been a climber once, he said, and had been chosen as a vessel for a star that granted him insight into time. He asked Viego why he came. Viego replied that he sought a relic rumored to hold a shard of a soul, though he now doubted the rumor. The man nodded and told him that sometimes quests were excuses to climb, and that the climb itself revealed what one needed. He spoke of time as a wheel. He said the mountain did not give answers, only clarity. Viego listened and felt a sense of humility. He realized that the mountain did not exist to grant him power. It existed to reflect back his intentions. Higher up, the air thinned. Stars seemed close enough to touch. Viego met a group of Solari, sun worshippers whose armor gleamed like sunrise. They spoke of their aspect of the sun and of the Lunari who worshipped the moon. They said that both sun and moon were necessary, that light and shadow danced together. Viego asked about shadow and whether it could heal. A Lunari priestess, her skin marked with silver tattoos, said that shadow provided rest from constant light. She told him that embracing shadow did not mean succumbing to darkness. It meant acknowledging part of reality. Her words resonated. Viego realized he had demonized his own darkness, turning it into a monster rather than seeing it as a part of his whole. He continued climbing, reflecting on this. At a plateau near the summit, Viego felt a pull. He found the cave where the relic he had previously encountered. It glowed softly, unaffected by time. Viego again placed his hand over it and thanked Isolde for her love. This time, however, he also whispered gratitude to the mountain for allowing him to see that his search had always been about himself. The relic pulsed gently, as if acknowledging his words. He left it undisturbed. Outside the cave, he sat on a rock. He looked down at the world below, jungles, seas, deserts, all bathed in twilight. He looked up at the sky stars, planets, comets streaking. He felt small and vast simultaneously. He realized that his story was a thread in a tapestry woven by forces beyond his comprehension. He felt comforted by this smallness. It relieved him of the burden of believing he controlled everything. Descending the mountain, Viego passed climbers still ascending. Some looked determined, others exhausted. He offered silent blessings. He thought about how each climber carried their own reasons, their own griefs, hopes, and questions. The mountain treated them all the same. It presented challenges and beauty. It demanded honesty. It gave nothing and everything. Viego returned to sea level with a slower step. He was not cured of his obsession. He still longed for Isolde, but he now held within him a sense of cosmic scale. The mountain had shown him that clinging to one soul while ignoring countless others was like focusing on one star and missing the galaxy. He resolved to widen his gaze, to see the world's vastness and allow that to inform his choices. Chapter 40. The Songs of Another World. Throughout his journeys, Viego had occasionally heard rumors of a place called Bandle City, a realm between realms where Yordles lived in burrows and tree houses. It was said to be accessible only through portals that opened when it wanted them to. It was described as a place of perpetual spring, of gardens that grew pies on vines, and houses made of mushrooms. Most mortals dismissed these stories as fanciful. Viego, however, had encountered Yordles like Vex, and now wondered about the origin of their optimism and whimsy. He decided to seek out the songs of this other world, not to invade, but to listen. He hoped that understanding the source of Yordle joy might offer him insights into resilience. Finding Bandle City proved challenging. The portals were elusive. Viego traveled to forests where mushrooms glowed and to meadows where butterflies danced. He waited near stone rings and hollow trees. He listened for giggles carried by the wind. Days turned into weeks. Just as he considered abandoning the search, he heard faint music. It was a melody played on flutes and drums, light and playful. He followed the sound and came upon a glade bathed in golden light. A circular portal shimmered at its center, like a mirror reflecting a sunny garden. The music grew louder. Without thinking, Viego stepped through. For a moment, he felt weightless. When his feet touched ground again, he stood beneath a canopy of oversized leaves. Flowers bigger than his head swayed. The air was warm and scented with sugar and earth. He had entered Bandle City. Yordles noticed him immediately. They were small, with large ears, bushy tails, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Some wore armor made of acorns. Others wore aprons covered in flour. They looked at Viego with surprise. He looked back, towering over them. A yordle with a hat shaped like a cupcake approached. She introduced herself as Poppy, a hero who wielded a hammer larger than herself. She asked why he had come. Viego explained that he sought to understand the source of their songs. Poppy smiled and said that Bandle City did not have a single source. It had many gardens, kitchens, workshops, friendship. She invited him to stay and listen. Viego spent a day in Bandle City, watching and listening. He observed yordles weaving baskets from vines, baking pies filled with berries, carving toys, and painting murals. They laughed often. They hugged each other. They sang while they worked, their voices high and bright. The songs were simple but infectious. They sang of pumpkins that rolled downhill, of squirrels that stole pies, of clouds that looked like animals. Viego felt his lips tug upward. He found himself humming along. The melody eased some of the heaviness in his chest. A yordle named Lulu offered him a cup of tea that smelled like cinnamon. A yordle named Viego, who insisted he was evil, presented him with a tiny hat as a souvenir. Viego politely declined the hat, but accepted the tea. He sat under a mushroom and watched the sunset over pastel hills. During his visit, Viego spoke with a yordle elder named Yumi. She held a book that glowed and seemed to have a mind of its own. She explained that Bandle City existed because yordles believed in community. Their magic was tied to their joy. When asked about sorrow, she said that they experienced it, but processed it through play and stories. They did not deny pain. They transformed it. She told Viego about a yordle who had lost her village in a fire. The yordles had rebuilt her home not as it had been, but as she envisioned it. They had made space for her grief and her dreams. Viego realized that transformation was possible when sadness was shared and supported. As dusk fell, the portal that had allowed Viego entry began to shimmer again. Poppy told him that he could stay, but he declined. He said that his place was in the world he had left, that he needed to face his own story. He thanked the yordles for their hospitality. They thanked him for listening. Before he left, Lulu gave him a seed. She told him it would grow into a flower that bloomed at night if planted with care. Viego stepped through the portal and returned to the glade. The music faded, replaced by the distant cries of gulls. He held the seed in his hand. It was small, round, unassuming. He decided to plant it near his hill overlooking the sea. He hoped that when it bloomed, it would remind him of the laughter and resilience of the yordles. Chapter 41. The Festival of Souls. In Ionia, there is a tradition known as the Festival of Kindred, where the living honor the lamb and the wolf, embodiments of death's dual nature. The lamb represents gentle acceptance, a peaceful passing, while the wolf represents the chase, a swift end. The festival is a time of lanterns and prayers. Participants float paper boats on rivers, each bearing the name of a departed loved one. They hang wreaths made of white flowers on their doors. They tell stories around communal fires of ancestors who lived with courage. The festival acknowledges that death is not an end but a passage. Viego, drawn by tales of this festival, traveled to Ionia to witness it. He hoped that understanding how others embrace death might teach him to release his grip on life. He arrived in an Ionian village nestled among bamboo groves. The air was filled with the scent of incense and steamed rice. Children ran through the streets carrying lanterns shaped like rabbits and fish. Elders bowed to shrines and whispered names. Viego moved among them unseen. He watched as families wrote messages to their ancestors and tied them to the branches of cherry trees. He heard chants in a language soft and melodic. He saw a dance performed by masked figures representing the lamb and the wolf. The lamb moved with grace, arms outstretched, inviting the audience into stillness. The wolf darted with quick movements, embodying the suddenness of the end. Together, they portrayed a dance of balance. In the evening, villagers gathered by a river. They lit candles and placed them inside paper boats. They spoke the names of those they missed. Viego heard names whispered, some old, some recent. He stood at the riverbank, watching as the boats drifted, their lights flickering like stars on water. A young woman approached him. She wore a mask painted with a lamb's face. In her hands, she held 2 paper boats. She offered one to Viego. He hesitated. She insisted gently, telling him that the festival was for everyone, living or dead. Viego accepted the boat. He took a piece of charcoal and wrote the name Isolde on it. He placed a candle inside. Together, they set the boat on the water. It joined hundreds of others. Viego watched as his boat drifted away. He felt a pang. He also felt a release. Letting the boat go did not erase his love. It allowed it to travel. Later, as fireworks bloomed silently in the sky, out of respect for spirits that disliked noise, Viego sat by the fire with a group of monks. They wore simple robes. Their heads were shaved. One monk shared that the festival was not just about honoring the dead, but about living well. He said that the lamb and the wolf came for everyone eventually. To fear them was to live in shadow. To walk with them was to live fully. He told Viego that clinging to a soul prevented it from finding its path. He suggested that love was like water. It needed to flow. If dammed, it stagnated. If allowed to move, it nourished everything it touched. Viego listened and stared into the flames. He thought of his own actions as a dam. He realized that by holding Isolde to him, he had prevented her spirit from flowing. The next morning, Viego helped villagers collect the paper boats that had washed ashore. Some were soggy. Candles had burned out. Names were blurred. The villagers collected them respectfully, thanking each for carrying messages. Viego picked up his own boat. The paper was damp. The ink had bled. The candle had burned down to nothing. He held it gently. He whispered a thank you to Isolde, and then placed the boat in a basket with the others. As he did, a breeze lifted a few cherry blossom petals and carried them onto the river. They floated in patterns. He thought of cycles again, how petals fell and decayed, how they nourished the soil, how new blossoms would bloom. He smiled softly. He left the village with the image of lanterns on water and the feeling of letting go. Chapter 42. The Path of Letting Go. After the festival, Viego wandered along a winding path lined with stone lanterns. Each lantern bore carvings of waves, mountains, and cranes. The path led to a monastery perched on a cliff. Bells rang gently as the wind passed. Monks in saffron robes swept the courtyard. Visitors sat cross-legged in meditation. The monastery, called the Temple of Release, was dedicated to teaching the art of letting go. Pilgrims came to learn how to detach from desires that cause suffering. Viego hesitated at the entrance. He knew that his greatest challenge was releasing his grip on Isolde's soul. He decided to enter. Inside he met a master with a shaved head and kind eyes. The master greeted him with a bow and asked what he sought. Viego said he sought freedom from attachment. The master smiled and said that freedom was both simple and difficult. He invited Viego to join a session. They sat on cushions facing a garden. The master instructed them to focus on their breath, to observe thoughts like clouds passing in the sky, to allow emotions to arise and fade without judgment. Viego attempted to follow. At first, his mind was a storm of images Isolde's face, the fall of Helia, the clash with the sentinels. Each thought triggered a surge of emotion. He wanted to grasp at them, to analyze, to relive. The master gently reminded him to return to breath. Inside, he met a master with a shaved head and kind eyes. The master greeted him with a bow and asked what he sought. Viego said he sought freedom from attachment. The master smiled and said that freedom was both simple and difficult. He invited Viego to join a session. They sat on cushions facing a garden. The master instructed them to focus on their breath, to observe thoughts like clouds passing in the sky, to allow emotions to arise and fade without judgment. Viego attempted to follow. At first, his mind was a storm of images Isolde's face, the fall of Helia, the clash with the sentinels. Each thought triggered a surge of emotion. He wanted to grasp at them, to analyze, to relive. The master gently reminded him to return to breath. Days turned into weeks. Viego practiced daily. He learned walking meditation, where each step was taken with full awareness. He learned chanting, where his voice joined others in vibrating harmonies. He learned to bow as a sign of humility, a gesture that had been foreign to a king. Slowly, he noticed that the intensity of his thoughts lessened. Memories still arose, but they passed more quickly. He realized that letting go did not mean forgetting or abandoning. It meant holding memories lightly. It meant loving without controlling. He spoke with other pilgrims who shared their own struggles, parents letting children grow up, warriors laying down swords, lovers releasing lost partners. He saw that his story was unique only in scale, not in essence. One afternoon, the master told Viego a parable. Two monks were crossing a river. They saw a woman struggling to cross. One monk carried her across. Hours later, the other monk complained that monks were not allowed to touch women. The first monk replied that he had put her down at the riverbank, but the other monk was still carrying her. The master explained that carrying burdens beyond their moment caused suffering. Viego understood the metaphor. He had been carrying Isolde's body at the edge of the waters of life for centuries. He had not put her down. He realized that to honor her, he needed to release her. He asked the master how to begin. The master suggested a ritual of gratitude and farewell. Viego spent a full moon night preparing. He gathered objects that represented his love, a piece of cloth from Isolde's dress, a stone from the courtyard where they had first spoken, a feather from a bird that had flown over their wedding. He sat by a stream. He held each object, spoke a memory aloud, thanked Isolde for that moment, and then released the object into the water. The cloth floated, absorbing moonlight, and then sank. The stone sank immediately, creating ripples. The feather hovered and then drifted. With each release, Viego felt weight lift. Tears rolled down his cheeks, but they were not bitter. They were bittersweet. When the ritual ended, he sat in silence. He felt emptier and freer. He knew that letting go was not a single act but a practice. He left the temple with a resolve to continue. Chapter 43. The Dream of the Future. In the nights after his time at the temple, Viego began to dream. These were not nightmares of ruin or feverish visions of reclaiming Isolde. These were dreams of futures that had never been and may never be. In one dream, he saw a thriving Helia rebuilt by those who had once been spirits. Trees with silver leaves shaded streets where children played. Gwen taught sewing to those who wished to learn the art. Maokai tended groves no longer twisted. Yorick led memorial rituals that celebrated life. Viego watched from afar, unseen. He felt a pang, not of jealousy, but of hope. He saw that renewal was possible without his intervention. In another dream, he saw Camavor as it could have been if he had accepted Isolde's death. He imagined himself as a king who mourned but continued to rule with compassion. He saw himself establishing schools, inviting healers, listening to farmers. He saw his people thriving, his kingdom strong. He felt regret, yet also understanding. He realized that such a future had been within reach, but had slipped away because he had been unwilling to feel pain. The dream allowed him to mourn not only Isolde, but also the life he could have had. It was a mourning for lost potential, an acceptance that not all seeds sprouted. There were dreams of worlds beyond Runeterra. One showed him stars swirling, galaxies forming, beings of light communicating through colors. He drifted among them, unburdened by form. He felt curiosity rather than grief. Another dream showed him as a whisper in the wind, touching leaves, traveling across continents, hearing countless voices. In this form, he was part of everything. He felt peace. He understood that consciousness did not end with death. It transformed. These dreams were perhaps gifts from Targon or echoes of books he had read. They expanded his imagination. When Viego woke from these dreams, he sat on his hill and looked out at the sea. The sky was often grey, but occasionally rays of sunlight pierced the clouds. He wondered what role dreams played in guiding hearts. Were they glimpses of alternate realities? Were they the mind's way of processing pain? He did not know. He only knew that they had softened his grip. They allowed him to practice letting go within safe boundaries. He appreciated that. He began to share dreams with the few friends he had: Gwen, Yorick, Senna. They listened and shared their own. Gwen dreamed of sewing a dress that fit the world. Yorick dreamed of burying the last restless soul. Senna dreamed of a world where she and Lucien could age together. Sharing dreams created bonds. It turned aspirations into communal songs. Chapter 44. The last letter Viego had spoken to Isolde countless times in his mind, but he had never written to her. Perhaps he had feared that words on paper would make her absence too real. After leaving the temple, he felt compelled to express his feelings in a tangible form. He found a quill and ink in an abandoned Helian house. He collected paper from the library. He sat at a table overlooking the shore, the mist swirling at his feet. He took a deep breath and began to write. He addressed the letter to Isolde. He wrote of their first meeting in the marketplace, of how her eyes had calmed him. He wrote of their marriage in a chapel filled with candles and flowers. He wrote of nights spent talking under stars, of mornings spent walking through gardens. He wrote of how his love for her had been both tender and selfish. He confessed his regret. He admitted that he had ignored her wishes when she lay dying. He admitted that he had valued his desire over her dignity. He admitted that he had used her memory to justify harming others. He asked for forgiveness, not with the expectation of receiving it, but because he needed to ask. He wrote of what he had learned since, about cycles, about letting go, about stories. He thanked her for the love she had given, for the lessons her life and death had taught him. He told her that he would always love her, but he would no longer imprison her. He wrote that he would strive to honor her by helping rather than harming. As he wrote, tears blurred his vision. His hand trembled. Yet he continued until he had emptied his heart. When the letter was complete, Viego folded it carefully. He considered burning it to send the words into the air. He considered burying it. He ultimately decided to place it in a bottle. He found a clear glass bottle and slid the letter inside. He corked it and walked to the cliff's edge. The sea below crashed against rocks. He held the bottle to his chest. He whispered goodbye to Isolde, not forever, but to the idea of possessing her. He threw the bottle into the sea. It disappeared into foam, caught by currents that would carry it to unknown shores. He stood for a long time, watching waves. He imagined someone finding the bottle one day, reading the letter, and feeling the depth of his love. He felt lighter. He realized that letters did not need to be answered. They were acts of release. Chapter 45. The Quiet Return. Time passed. The world changed in small ways. People rebuilt villages. Children grew up. Wars flared and ended. In the Shadow Isles, saplings sprouted in cracks of ancient stones. Flowers with petals the color of dawn appeared in clearings where the mist thinned. Viego noticed these changes. He realized that the isles were not frozen in ruin. They were slowly, almost imperceptibly, healing. He decided to return to places where he had once caused destruction to see what had become of them. He walked through Helios ruins and saw vines covering statues, birds nesting in broken towers, spirits humming lullabies. He walked through villages he had raised and saw new houses built with thatch and hope. He knelt and touched the soil. It was damp and smelled of life. In Demacia, he saw mages practicing openly, children playing with sparks of magic in their hands, soldiers training alongside sorcerers. He visited the Festival of Healing again and saw Silas sitting among former mage seekers, sharing stories. He felt relief that others had learned to reconcile. In Ionia, he saw farmers singing as they harvested rice, their voices carrying across fields. He saw fishers pulling nets from rivers, their boats decorated with lanterns. He saw monks planting trees. He realized that life went on with or without him. The world did not hinge on his story. He visited Camorvo's ruins, now overgrown with vines. He walked through halls where he had once danced. He placed his hand on the column etched with images of his ancestors. He whispered an apology to the ghosts of his family. He told them he had failed as king, but had learned as a spirit. He asked them to forgive him or to judge him as they saw fit. He felt no response. He smiled. He realized he did not need one. His apology was for his own heart. Before leaving Camorvo, Viego visited a graveyard where his mother, father, and brother had been buried. Their tombstones were weathered. He knelt and placed pebbles on each stone, a gesture he had seen in his travels. He spoke their names, thanked them for the love and lessons they had given, and wished them peace. He felt a sense of closure. He left with a calmer mind. He did not know what lay ahead, but he knew that he could move forward without dragging the past behind him like chains. He returned to his hill overlooking the sea, the place where he always came back. The seed from Bandle City had grown. A flower with petals that glowed faintly at night swayed in the breeze. He smiled and sat beside it. Chapter 46. The Final Farewell. On a night when the sky was clear and stars mirrored on the calm sea, Viego felt a stirring in the mist. It was not the pull of obsession or the weight of sorrow. It was a gentle call, like a familiar voice beckoning him. He stood and followed. The mist carried him to the cliff where the waters of life had once flowed. There, in the pale light, he saw a figure. She wore a simple dress. Her hair was braided. Her eyes were kind. It was the spirit of Isolde, not as a wraith filled with anger, but as she had been in life, calm, compassionate. She smiled when she saw him. Viego's heart ached. Tears welled. He fell to his knees. He told her he was sorry. He told her he loved her. He told her he was ready to let her go. She approached and placed her hand on his cheek. He felt warmth. She said nothing with words, but he felt her forgiveness. They stood together for what felt like both a moment and an eternity. The mist around them shimmered. The waters below whispered. Viego felt the weight of centuries lift. He knew that this farewell did not mean forgetting. It meant honoring her by releasing her. Isolde's form began to fade, not in pain, but in serenity. As she dissolved into light, she placed a small glow in Viego's hands. It was a memory of their love, distilled. He closed his fingers around it. He felt gratitude and grief together. When the light dimmed, he was alone. The mist was gentle. He opened his hand. The glow remained within him, not as a burning ache, but as a steady warmth. He whispered goodbye to the mist, to the past, to the king he had been. He turned and walked back toward his hill. As he returned, he noticed that the flower from Bandle City was in full bloom. Its petals emitted a soft light that pulsed like a heartbeat. He sat beside it and held the glow within his chest. He breathed deeply, feeling his chest rise and fall. He thought of all the chapters of his life, the prince who had avoided responsibility, the lover who had clung too tightly, the king who had wrought ruin, the wandering spirit who had sought redemption. He realized that his story was still being written. It would continue until he chose to end it. But now, for the first time, he felt he had the courage to let it close when the moment came. He smiled softly. He looked up at the stars. He thanked the world for its lessons. He allowed himself to rest. Chapter 47. The endless ocean. After many journeys across land, Viego felt drawn to the sea. He had stood on cliffs and watched waves crash below, but he had rarely ventured far from shore. Legends from sailors spoke of waters that stretched beyond sight, of currents that carried secrets, of storms that revealed true character. He decided to board a small boat and see where the water might lead him. He found a fisherman in Bilgewater willing to take him. The fisherman was an older man with weathered hands and a face lined by salt and sun. He had lost his family to the mist during a harrowing, but had returned to the ocean because it was all he knew. He looked at Viego as if seeing a ghost, yet he nodded and allowed him aboard. Together, they pushed off and let the tide carry them. The boat creaked, the sail flapped, and the world of land diminished into a thin line on the horizon. Viego inhaled the salty air and felt both anticipation and trepidation. The sea was vast, unpredictable, and indifferent. It mirrored the emotions he had been learning to navigate. For days, the boat rocked gently on the waves. The fisherman told stories of currents that could pull ships thousands of miles, of creatures that glowed in the deep, of islands where people lived in houses on stilts and never touched the ground. Viego listened, eyes on the endless horizon. He learned to tie knots, to read the wind by watching the ripples on the water, to mend nets. He enjoyed the rhythm of daily tasks, the way they required focus but not obsession. At night, he lay on the deck and watched stars emerge. The sky seemed larger at sea, unobstructed by mountains or buildings. He saw constellations he had never noticed. The fisherman pointed out the path sailors followed to find home. Viego wondered where home was for him. Perhaps it was not a place, but a state of heart. One afternoon, dark clouds gathered quickly. The wind picked up, and waves grew. The fisherman warned that a storm was coming. He and Viego worked to secure the sail and tie down supplies. Rain fell in sheets, cold and stinging. Thunder rolled like a drum. Lightning split the sky. The boat rose on swells and slammed down, water spraying over the sides. The fisherman shouted instructions over the wind. Viego responded, gripping ropes with spectral strength. Amid the chaos, he felt a strange calm. He realized he could not control the storm, only his actions within it. He focused on each knot, each movement, trusting the boat and the fisherman. The storm lasted hours. When it passed, the sea calmed. The sky cleared, revealing a rainbow. Viego and the fisherman laughed with relief. They baled water and dried nets. The fisherman remarked that storms reminded him of grief, sudden, overwhelming, and temporary if one kept afloat. On the 5th day, they spotted an island rising from the water like a promise. It was small, with a ring of palm trees and a lagoon in the center. The fisherman suggested they anchor and rest. They waded through warm, clear water and walked along the white sand. Birds with bright feathers chirped in unfamiliar songs. Crabs scuttled, leaving tracks. Viego explored the island slowly. He found shells of many shapes and sizes, each unique. He thought of memories as shells picked up, examined, treasured, and then left behind for others to find. He gathered a few to bring back to his hill. The fisherman collected coconuts and told Viego about his childhood, about his first catch, about the day he met his wife. Viego shared memories of Isolde, choosing to focus on joyful moments. They sat under a tree and ate fruit. The sea lapped at the shore. Time felt suspended. At night on the island, the sky was so clear that the Milky Way was visible as a river of light. Viego lay on his back, hands behind his head, listening to the gentle rush of waves. He heard distant whale songs, deep, mournful notes that traveled through water and air. He thought of how whales traveled across oceans, navigating by stars and memory. He wondered how they grieved, how they communicated love. The fisherman said he had once watched a pod of whales accompany a dying member, staying near until it sank, then diving deep to follow. They had sung together a song of farewell. Viego felt tears gather. He realized that creatures of the sea understood letting go. They honored life with song and then moved on. He resolved to carry that image with him. On the journey back, the sea was calm. Viego and the fisherman spoke little, comfortable in silence. Viego looked at the horizon and thought about his emotions as waves. Some were gentle, some crashing, all temporary. He did not need to fight them. He needed to ride them, to allow them to rise and fall. The fisherman told him that when storms came, he focused on the next rope to tie, the next sail to adjust. He did not think of past storms or future ones. He stayed present. Viego nodded. He saw parallels between sailing and healing. Both required attention, acceptance, and trust. When they reached land, Viego thanked the fisherman sincerely. The fisherman clasped his forearm and said that every person carried an ocean inside them. He suggested that Viego continue to explore his. Viego stepped onto the dock with a newfound appreciation for water, horizon, and the rhythm of tides. Chapter 48, The Whispering Desert. The next leg of Viego's journey took him inland to the vast desert of Shurima. He had previously crossed its dunes in pursuit of relics, but this time his purpose was different. He sought to listen to the wind that shaped sand into ever-shifting sculptures. He rode on the back of a camel alongside a caravan of merchants carrying spices, silk, and stories. The desert stretched out like a golden ocean, dunes rising and falling in gentle waves. The sun beat down during the day, heat shimmering in the air. At night, the temperature dropped sharply, and the sky turned into a canopy of stars. The wind whispered constantly, carrying grains of sand and distant voices. The caravan master, a woman with sun-leathered skin and bright eyes, told Viego that the desert spoke if one knew how to listen. She said it told stories of those who had crossed it, of empires that had risen and fallen, of souls lost and found. One evening, as the caravan rested near an oasis, a young woman approached Viego. She wore simple clothing and carried a staff with stones embedded in it. Her name was Talia, and she had the gift of weaving stone. She recognized Viego from tales told by nomads, but did not greet him with fear. Instead, she sat beside him and spoke of her own journey. She had been a shepherdess who discovered her power and had learned to control it with the help of others. She told him that change was like sand, inevitable and necessary. She said that trying to hold sand too tightly caused it to slip through fingers. Viego listened and thought of how he had clutched at his past. Talia offered to teach him a simple exercise. She placed her hand on the ground and asked him to do the same. Together, they felt the heartbeat of the earth. They felt vibrations. She guided him in moving a small ripple of sand. He focused, and the sand responded. He realized that even he, a being of mist, could influence Earth when guided gently. As they traveled further, the caravan passed ruins half buried in dunes. They were the remains of Shurima's ancient cities, once ruled by ascended warriors and the Golden Emperor. Statues of jackal-headed soldiers and sun discs jutted from the sand. Viego remembered stories he had read in the library of the Empire's rise and fall. He thought of Azir, the emperor who had attempted to ascend and had been betrayed. He thought of Zerath, whose ambition had led to catastrophe. He saw parallels between their stories and his own. The desire for immortality, the fear of loss, the grasping for power, these threads wove through many tapestries of history. This desert preserved these lessons in stone, waiting for listeners to hear them. One afternoon, a sandstorm swept across the dunes without warning. The sky turned orange and brown. Wind roared. Sand whipped like needles. The caravan master shouted orders. Merchants covered their wares and faces. Camels knelt and turned their backs to the wind. Viego wrapped a cloth around his face, though the mist protected him. He saw a child crying, lost in swirling sand. He reached out and guided the child toward a group huddled behind a dune. He used his mist to create a barrier that slowed the sand. Talia joined him, weaving stone walls to shield others. The storm lasted hours. When it passed, the air was clear and still. The caravan members thanked Viego and Talia. The desert had tested them, and they had endured by helping each other. Viego realized that even in harsh environments, kindness thrived. At a particularly lush oasis, Viego sat by a pool of cool water. Date palms provided shade. Dragonflies skimmed the surface. He looked at his reflection and saw not a king or a wraith, but a traveler. The water reflected sky and clouds. It showed him as part of a larger scene. He cupped water in his hands and drank, feeling the liquid pass through his incorporeal form. He thought of how the desert, though dry, contained oases of life. He realized that grief, too, could hold pockets of peace. He remembered Gwen, Vex, and the monks. They had been oases in his sorrow. He resolved to seek out and nurture such places. As the caravan neared the ruins of an ancient temple, whispers seemed to rise from the sand. Viego thought he heard voices calling names, singing songs in a language long forgotten. The caravan master explained that the desert carried echoes of the past. Some said spirits of the ascended whispered to travelers, warning them of pitfalls or guiding them to water. Viego listened intently. He could not make out words, but the tone felt like advice whispered by grandparents to grandchildren. He felt gratitude. He realized that wisdom was not always loud. Often, it was a soft current beneath the roar of wind. Before leaving Shurima, Viego climbed a dune at dusk. He looked out over the endless sands, which glowed orange in the setting sun. Each grain seemed to catch the light. He picked up a handful of sand and let it flow through his fingers. Each grain was like a moment small, seemingly insignificant alone, yet together forming landscapes. He thought of his memories as grains. Each one mattered because it contributed to the shape of his life. He could not hold them all. He had to let them fall and trust that the wind would carry them where needed. He left Shurima with sand in his boots and a deeper understanding that change was constant and necessary. Chapter 49. The living metal Viego's travels then took him to the twin cities of Piltover and Zorn. Piltover perched above cliffs, gleaming with brass and glass, its streets filled with inventors, merchants, and academics. Below, in the canyons carved by progress, Zarn sprawled a labyrinth of pipes, platforms, and neon lights. The air above smelled of oil and metal. The air below carried tangs of chemicals and smoke. Viego had skirted these cities before, seeing them from a distance. But now he sought to walk their streets, to understand the relationship between innovation and consequence. He entered Piltover on a foggy morning. The sound of hammers striking metal rang through the air. Vendors shouted prices. Automatons clicked by on brass legs. Children in goggles ran with toy dirigibles. Viego felt like a ghost amid a festival. He visited a workshop where a young inventor was tinkering with a Hextech device. The inventor wiped grease from her hands and proudly explained that she was working on a prosthetic arm for her father. She demonstrated how crystal shards could channel energy to move fingers. Viego listened and asked questions. He learned that Hextech blended magic and engineering, harnessing gemstones from the Bracken, a race of crystal scorpions, to power devices. The inventor spoke passionately about helping people regain abilities lost to accidents or war. Her eyes shone with hope. Viego thought of the line between harnessing magic to heal and to harm. He realized that intention shaped the impact of power. He wished he had understood that earlier. Descending into Zone, Viego noticed the air grow thicker. Lights glowed green and purple through fog. Stalls sold tonics promising to enhance strength or cure ailments. A group of children played near a leaking pipe. One child had a mechanical arm. He used it to lift his friend onto a ledge. The children laughed. They invited Viego to watch them perform tricks on makeshift trampolines. He smiled and sat on a crate. Their joy contrasted with the harsh environment. He asked them how they coped with the pollution. They shrugged and said it was home. They spoke of gardens on rooftops where people grew vegetables and flowers to purify air. They showed him bottles filled with glowing mushrooms. Viego realized that resilience could turn adversity into creativity. In a narrow alley, Viego met a woman selling herbs. She wore a mask over her nose and mouth. She recognized Viego as the ruined king, but did not show fear. She told him that her brother had been a chem baron who cared only for profit. He had poisoned rivers to increase production. People had suffered. She had left his operation and had opened her stall to provide natural remedies to those who could not afford chemtech. She handed Viego a small plant with leaves that emitted a faint light. She said it absorbed toxins and released oxygen. She encouraged him to plant it where he lived. He thanked her. He thought about how healing could occur even in places built on exploitation. On a bridge connecting Piltover and Zaun, Viego paused. Above, wealthy Piltovans strolled with parasols, discussing art and commerce. Below, Zarnites hurried with crates and gas masks, working jobs that kept the upper city functioning. The contrast was stark, yet Viego also saw interactions. A Piltovan boy lowered a basket of bread to a Zornite girl through a pulley system, giggling. An inventor from above delivered purified water to a school below. People waved. He realized that despite structural inequalities, individuals built bridges. They found ways to share resources and care for one another. He felt a warmth. He realized that progress did not have to mean leaving others behind. It could mean lifting them up. Before leaving, Viego visited a rooftop garden in Zorn. It was tended by a group of teenagers who had repurposed old pipes as planters. Greenery burst from every corner. Bees buzzed. Tomatoes ripened. They told him that plants helped clear their minds. They offered him a seedling. He accepted. He looked at the city skyline towers of Piltover shimmering, smokestacks of Zorn billowing. He thought about the balance between innovation and care. He resolved to nurture growth in his own life as these youths nurtured their garden. He left with pockets full of seeds and a heart that understood that even in the most polluted places, hope could bloom. Chapter 50. The underground city beyond the visible layers of Zorn lay a deeper realm known as the Sump. Few outsiders ventured there. It was a maze of tunnels, dripping pipes and shadows. Viego descended into this underground world, guided by the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi. The air was heavy with humidity and the smell of rust. Rats scurried. Voices echoed. The Sump was home to those who had nowhere else to go, orphans, outcasts, inventors fleeing rival chem barons. It was also home to communities that had created their own order amid chaos. Viego walked cautiously, mindful of slippery surfaces. He encountered a group of children building a makeshift playground from scrap metal. They had fashioned swings from chains and a slide from a curved pipe. Their laughter filled the damp air. Nearby, an elderly man taught a young woman how to weld. Sparks illuminated their faces. He told Viego that down here, they made what they needed with what they had. They could not afford Hextech crystals, so they used ingenuity. Viego admired their resourcefulness. He saw parallels between their creativity and the magic he had once wielded. Both were tools that could uplift or destroy. Further into the sump, Viego met a chem baron named Silas, not to be confused with the rebel mage who ruled over part of the Undercity. Silas wore a suit that filtered air and had tubes pumping chemicals into his bloodstream. He offered Viego a chair and a drink. They spoke about ambition. Silas said he started as a street kid and had climbed to power by any means necessary. He admitted to exploiting workers and poisoning rivals. He justified his actions by saying that the world above would never share wealth willingly. Viego listened and felt a chill. He saw what ambition untempered by empathy looked like. He thought of his own ambition to defy death. He realized that justifying harm because of perceived injustice created cycles of suffering. He thanked Silas for his honesty and left. In a dark corner of the sump, Viego heard coughing. He found a woman and her son, both weakened by toxic fumes. They had been displaced after an explosion in a chem factory. Viego kneeled beside them. He summoned the gentlest tendrils of mist and used them to carry clean air to their lungs. He did not offer false promises. He asked the woman's permission before helping. She nodded. The son looked at him with wide eyes and smiled weakly. Viego realized that his power could soothe as well as harm. He vowed to use it more often in service of relief. As he made his way back toward the surface, Viego passed walls covered in graffiti. Artists had painted scenes of hope, a sun rising over smokestacks, hands clasped in solidarity, a child planting a tree. The colors were vibrant despite the gloom. He realized that art thrived even in despair. It gave voice to those without megaphones. It inspired resilience. He remembered Isolde's tapestries and Gwen's embroideries. He saw that creativity was a thread running through all communities, whether on palace walls or underground tunnels. When Viego emerged from the sun, the sunlight felt brighter. He inhaled deeply. He looked back at the entrance, grateful for what he had learned. He understood that even in places where light barely reached, people built lives. They loved, created, struggled, and hoped. He resolved to remember their stories and to honor them by being mindful of how his actions could affect those in unseen places. Chapter 51. The Call of the Void. In his wanderings, Viego occasionally felt a tug from deep beneath the world, a chill that whispered of nothingness. Stories told of the void, a realm of oblivion beyond reality, where creatures with lavender flesh and glowing eyes sought to consume all. He had heard of champions like Kaisar, who had survived encounters with the void by adapting, and of prophets like Malzahar, who had embraced it. Curiosity and caution battled within him. He decided to investigate, but promised himself that he would not linger. He followed the tug to a remote canyon where rocks were blackened and the air hummed. A crack in the ground emitted an eerie violet light. He descended into the fissure, his mist clinging to jagged walls. The temperature dropped. The light grew brighter. Strange whispers filled his ears, not voices but sensations, as if emptiness itself were speaking. Shapes moved at the edge of his vision, tentacles, claws, eyes blinking in patterns. A creature emerged, its body sleek and armored, its movements fluid. It looked at him with curiosity rather than hunger. It was Kaisar, a human fused with void carapace. She spoke, her voice echoing slightly. She asked why he had come. Viego replied that he wanted to understand the allure of oblivion. She told him that the void promised relief from pain by erasing everything. She said that she had been swallowed by it as a child and had survived by fighting, by retaining her humanity. She warned him that the void exploited desire for escape. It offered numbness, but at the cost of self. As they spoke, creatures moved around them, small crawlers that scuttled on many legs, larger beasts with mouths full of teeth. Kaisar maintained a barrier of purple energy. She said the void was not evil, it was indifferent. It sought to return all to a state of undifferentiated existence. Viego thought of his own longing to dissolve into memory, to avoid feeling. He realized that the void represented a tempting path. No grief, no love, no pain, only emptiness. For a moment, he felt drawn. Then he remembered the warmth of Gwen's laughter, the songs of the festival, the feel of sand through his fingers. He realized that numbness would erase those as well. He decided he could not choose oblivion. Kaisar offered to guide him out. As they ascended, she told him of her father, of her years living among void creatures, of her commitment to protect the world from being consumed. She said that facing the void taught her to cherish small joys. Viego thanked her. At the surface, they looked up at the sky. He asked how she found hope after witnessing such emptiness. She answered that hope was a choice made repeatedly. She nodded to him and leapt away, disappearing into the night. Viego felt the tug lessen. He understood that the void would always whisper, but he could choose not to answer. Outside the canyon, Viego sat on a rock and watched sunrise. Colors returned slowly: pinks, oranges, blues. He listened to birds. He felt the solidity of earth beneath him. He appreciated the weight of his body, the sensation of air filling his lungs, even though he did not need it. He realized that being embodied, being present, was a gift. He resolved to engage with the world fully rather than retreat into nothingness. He thanked the void for showing him the danger of apathy and the value of sensation. He stood and walked away, his steps deliberate. Chapter 15. The Garden of Crystals. Viego's next journey took him to the lush jungles of Ixtal, a land hidden from most of Runeterra by natural barriers and ancient magic. The Ixtali people had survived the rune wars by withdrawing and perfecting elemental manipulation. They lived in harmony with their environment, using alchemy and geomagic to build homes that grew like plants and bridges made of living vines. Viego had heard rumors of crystalline gardens where magic sang through minerals. He wished to see them, not to claim their power, but to witness beauty born from balance. He approached cautiously, respecting the secrecy of the realm. A scout spotted him and raised a spear, but an elder intervened. She sensed his sincerity and permitted him to enter under supervision. Inside Ixtal, Viego marveled at architecture that blended seamlessly with nature. Houses were carved into giant trees. Platforms floated on rivers powered by water wheels. People wore garments woven from fibers that shimmered like dew. He met an elementalist named Nai, who specialized in earth and crystal. She guided him to the garden. The path wound through dense foliage. The air smelled of rain and sap. Suddenly the trees opened into a clearing filled with crystals of every hue. They grew from the ground in clusters, tall as trees, small as pebbles. They resonated softly, producing a chorus of notes. It was like walking into a cavern of wind chimes. The colors shifted as clouds passed overhead. Nai explained that the crystals were grown by combining minerals, magic, and intention. They were used for healing, meditation, and art. Viego reached out and touched a crystal. It felt cool and hummed under his fingers. The vibration traveled up his arm and settled in his chest. He closed his eyes and listened. He heard a tone that reminded him of Isolde's laughter, and another that felt like Gwen's scissors slicing fabric. He realized that the crystals recorded emotional resonances. Nye told him that they resonated with those who touched them, reflecting inner states. She encouraged him to listen carefully. He spent hours moving from crystal to crystal, letting their notes wash over him. Some triggered sadness, others joy. Each note felt cleansing. As the sun set, light refracted through the crystals and scattered into rainbows. Nye spoke about balance. She said that Ixtal's survival had depended on listening to nature and adjusting rather than dominating. She said that elements were not tools to be forced, but partners to be respected. Viego thought of his own use of magic. He realized he had taken, consumed, commanded. He had not listened. Nye asked if he wanted to grow a crystal. He hesitated but agreed. She handed him a small seed of mineral and asked him to hold an intention. He thought of release, of allowing Isolde's memory to settle gently within him. He buried the seed in the soil, placed his hands over it, and whispered his intention. Nye added water infused with magic. They waited. Over the course of hours, a small crystal emerged, clear with a hint of green. It resonated softly. Viego felt his intention echoed. He smiled. He thanked Nye. Before he left, the elder who had allowed him to enter approached. She handed him a crystal and said it would remind him to listen. He promised to honor the gift and not misuse it. He left Ixtal carrying the crystal like a talisman. Back at his hill, he placed it beside the flower from Bandle City. The two objects, a seed and a crystal, represented growth and resonance. He resolved to cultivate both in his heart. Chapter 53. The Realm of Spirits. In his ongoing exploration of life and death, Viego learned of a place where the barrier between material and spiritual world was thin. It was a valley in northern Ionia, accessible through a veil of mist and bamboo. Locals called it the breath between worlds. Spirits of ancestors, animals, and nature roamed freely there, visible to those with open hearts. The valley was tended by a group of guardians who ensured that spirits did not wander into the wrong realms. Viego sought entrance, hoping to understand how souls moved on. He was greeted by a guardian who wore a mask of carved wood. The guardian asked why he came. Viego explained that he wished to learn how to help souls find peace. The guardian considered and then invited him to walk quietly. Inside the valley, Viego saw spirits like translucent ribbons of light. Some were shaped like foxes, birds, or dragons. Others resembled humans. They moved gracefully, barely touching the ground. Flowers glowed. Waterfalls shimmered with blue light. Kindred's presence was felt everywhere, though the lamb and the wolf were not always visible. Viego walked slowly, not wanting to disturb the balance. He met a spirit of a young girl who had died of illness. She smiled and told him she was learning to dance with butterflies. She said that Lamb had shown her the path. Viego asked if she missed her family. She said she watched over them in their dreams. He realized that letting go did not sever connection. It transformed it. Further along, Viego saw kindred themselves, Lamb with a bow, Wolf with sharp teeth. They moved through the valley with gentle purpose. Lamb approached a spirit that hesitated, offering a hand. Wolf circled a spirit that ran, guiding it with patience. Viego watched as the spirit of an old man took Lamb's hand and walked toward a gate of light. Wolf nodded approvingly. Viego stepped forward and bowed. Lamb looked at him with eyes like stars. She said that she remembered his defiance and his pain. She asked if he was ready to accept that his love could not stop death. He nodded. She told him that every end was a beginning, and that love did not end with bodies. Wolf growled softly, not in menace, but as a reminder of inevitability. Viego thanked them. The Guardians offered to teach him how to guide lost souls. They explained that many spirits lingered because of unfinished business or fear. A guide listened, comforted, and pointed them toward acceptance. Viego spent days learning. He sat with a spirit who had drowned and helped it recall the feeling of warmth. He listened to a warrior who regretted a battle and helped him speak words of apology. He sang to a child who missed her mother. He felt humbled. He realized that his power could help others release attachments. Each time a spirit moved on, he felt a lightness. It did not fill his void, but it illuminated it. When Viego left the valley, he looked back at the veil of mist. He carried a new purpose. He would not only search for Isolde, he would also guide those trapped by his mist. He understood that redemption was not gained by reclaiming what was lost, but by serving others. He felt gratitude to the Guardians and to kindred. He promised to listen when spirits whispered and to honor their needs. He returned to his hill, aware that his story now intersected with many others in a way that brought peace rather than pain. Chapter 54. The Evening Star. As years continued to flow like rivers, Viego found himself returning often to his hill overlooking the sea. It had become his anchor, the place where he reflected, mourned, learned, and healed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a single star appeared in the indigo sky. It was brighter than the others and pulsed gently. Viego watched it as the sky darkened. The star seemed to watch him back. He felt a connection to it, as if it were a friend. He named it the Evening Star. He spoke to it, sharing his thoughts, hopes, and regrets. He did not expect a response, yet the act of speaking felt like releasing. He told the star about the ocean, the desert, the cities, the void, the crystal garden, and the realm of spirits. He told it about people he had met and lessons he had learned. The star flickered. Viego imagined that it pulsed in rhythm with his heart. He thought about stories he had heard of travelers who navigated by stars. He considered how stars were ancient, their light traveling across eons to reach him. He realized that by the time one sees a star, the light is already old. He wondered what light his own life emitted and where it might reach. He decided that his actions now would be the light that others saw in the future. He resolved to make that light soft and guiding rather than harsh and blinding. Sitting beside the flower from Bantle City and the crystal from Ixtal, Viego created a small ritual. Each night, he looked at the evening star and whispered 3 things he was grateful for. Some nights, he named memories of Isolde that brought him comfort. Other nights, he named moments of service, like helping a spirit move on. Sometimes he simply expressed gratitude for breathing, for hearing waves, for feeling wind. The practice slowly shifted his focus from what he lacked to what he experienced. It did not erase grief, but it balanced it with appreciation. He noticed that his mind settled more easily. His nights were filled with quieter dreams. He also began to write his story, not as a warning this time, but as a gentle record. He wrote about his childhood mischief, his love for Isolde, his descent into ruin, and his long journey back. He wrote about the people he had met, the landscapes he had seen, and the lessons he had gleaned. He avoided melodrama. He focused on feelings and insights. He hoped that someday someone would read his words and understand that even those who make grave mistakes can learn, heal, and contribute. He hoped that his story would encourage others to seek balance between love and freedom. As he finished writing one night, the evening star seemed to swell. It bathed the hill in gentle light. Viego smiled. He felt a sense of completion. He realized that while his story would continue as long as he existed, this chapter of it, one filled with anger, regret, and relentless pursuit, was concluding. A new chapter of service, learning, and peace was beginning. He closed his eyes. The sound of waves filled his ears. The flower's scent filled his nose. The crystal's hum filled his hands. The star's light filled his heart. He whispered to the star and to anyone who might one day listen that letting go was not the end of love. It was its highest form. Chapter 55. The Tree of Echoes. In the heart of a forest near the border of Ionia stood a tree older than any kingdom. Its trunk was wide enough for 12 people to stand around with arms outstretched. Branches extended in all directions, draped with moss and vines. Birds nested in the hollows. Locals called it the Tree of Echoes. They believed that every word spoken near it seeped into its rings, and that anyone who pressed an ear to its bark could hear voices from ages past. When Viego approached the tree, he felt a hum beneath his feet. He placed his palm on the bark. It was warm, as if the tree breathed. He pressed his ear against the rough surface and listened. At first, he heard only wind rustling leaves. Slowly, whispers emerged. A child laughed. A woman sang a lullaby. A man recited poetry. The voices overlapped, creating a soft chorus. Viego recognized none of them, yet they felt familiar. He stood there, eyes closed, allowing the sound to wash over him like rain. The tree was not judging or commenting. It was simply a vessel, holding moments in time. Viego sat at the base of the tree for hours. He leaned his back against the trunk and listened to more echoes. He heard a farmer teaching a son how to plant rice, a soldier promising to return from war, a healer chanting over an injured person. Languages shifted between lines he knew and ones he did not. Some voices whispered secrets, others shouted joy. He realized that the tree offered no narrative. It allowed listeners to weave their own connections. He wondered how his own story might sound to someone pressing an ear centuries later. Would they hear only the ruin he had wrought, or also the healing he had attempted? He decided that while he could not control future interpretations, he could shape his present actions. He spoke aloud to the bark, telling the tree of his regrets and his intentions. He spoke of Isolde as a person who loved thread and stories, rather than as a symbol of lost love. He thanked the tree for holding his words. He felt a weight lift, as if depositing grief into its rings. While he sat, a caretaker approached. She was an elderly woman with long grey hair braided with wildflowers. She introduced herself as May. She had tended the Tree of Echoes since her youth. She explained that people visited to speak their joys and sorrows. The tree listened without reply, and by doing so, it taught them the value of being heard. May said the tree's rings did not just store words, they recorded emotions. Each year added a layer of growth, like memories layering in a heart. Viego asked if the tree ever responded. May smiled and said, "It responded through the winds that rustled its leaves. through the seeds it dropped in autumn, through the comfort people felt when they left. She asked Viego what he had heard. He described the voices and how they blended. May nodded and said that listening was an art. Most people hurried to speak. Few took time to hear. Viego and May shared tea brewed from herbs she had gathered. She told him about her own life, how she had lost family in a conflict, how she had found solace sitting beneath the tree, how she had dedicated herself to caring for it. She said that when people died, their words did not vanish. They became part of the environment. Trees, stones, and water remembered. Viego found comfort in this idea. He realized that his conversations with Isolde, though one-sided, lingered in the world. He thought of the letter he had thrown into the sea and imagined its words dissolving, carried into waves, evaporating, and returning as rain. He thanked May for her guidance. She smiled and reminded him that the tree would welcome him back any time. Before leaving, Viego collected a handful of fallen leaves. They were brown and brittle, but he saw beauty in their veins. He planned to press them in his journal. Chapter 56. The Circle of Mountains. Beyond the eastern coast lay a region where mountains formed a near-perfect circle. Within this natural ring stretched a valley untouched by war or agriculture. Streams flowed from the peaks into a clear lake at the center. Wildflowers of red, blue, and yellow carpeted the meadows. Birds with iridescent feathers swooped and sang. Monks from distant monasteries visited the valley to meditate on wholeness. They believed that the circle represented the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Viego decided to journey there. The path to the valley wound through bamboo groves and rocky passes. When he emerged from the final pass and saw the circular formation of mountains, he paused. The air was crisp and cool. The sound of water tumbling over rocks filled his ears. The mountains stood like guardians, their slopes covered in evergreen trees. Viego felt held by the landscape. In the valley, he met an old hermit named Zhang. Zhang lived in a simple hut with a thatched roof. He tended a small garden and watched weather patterns. He greeted Viego with a gentle smile and offered him tea made from wildflowers. They sat together on a flat stone overlooking the lake. Zhang did not speak for a long time. He simply sipped his tea and breathed in rhythm with the water's flow. Viego felt no pressure to fill the silence. Eventually, Zhang asked Viego why he had come. Viego replied that he sought peace with his past. Zhang nodded slowly and said that the mountains never forgot the storms they had weathered. Yet they did not hold grudges against clouds. They simply remained. He advised Viego to stand like a mountain, to acknowledge storms, but not to chase them. Viego stayed in the valley for many days. Each morning, he and Zhang meditated as the sun rose, casting golden light over the peaks. Each afternoon, they walked around the lake in contemplative silence. Zhang taught Viego how to prune roses so they grew stronger, how to read the wind's direction by feeling its touch on the cheek, and how to let thoughts drift by like clouds without grasping at them. He told stories of mountain spirits who guided lost travelers, of dragons that slept under peaks, and of children who followed butterflies and found hidden springs. Each story contained a lesson about patience and humility. Viego listened deeply. He realized that the circle of mountains was not just a geographic feature. It was a symbol of boundaries. Within its embrace, growth and healing could occur safely. He thought about creating such a space within his own heart, an inner circle where sorrow could exist without overwhelming him. Before leaving the valley, Viego climbed one of the smaller mountains to look down at the circle. From above, the valley resembled a mandala. Streams formed patterns like spokes on a wheel. He understood why monks meditated on this view. It embodied wholeness and interconnection. At the summit, Zhang handed him a stone from the lake. It was smooth, worn down by centuries of water. Zhang said the stone would remind Viego of the power of persistence. Water-shaped rock, not by force, but by constant presence. Viego accepted the stone and placed it in his cloak pocket. He promised to return one day. As he descended, he felt the valley's tranquility settle into his bones. He knew that the lessons from the circle of mountains would guide him in times of turbulence. Chapter 57. The Song of the Forge. Far to the north, in a land of glaciers and volcanoes, lived a solitary blacksmith named Orn. Many considered him a demigod. His forge was inside a mountain, fueled by molten lava. His hammer strikes were said to echo across snowfields like thunder. Orn forged weapons and artifacts with care, infusing them with the essence of fire and earth. Viego decided to seek Orn not for a weapon, but to learn about transformation through heat and pressure. The journey to Orn's forge was treacherous. Snow turned to ash as he climbed. The air grew warm, then hot. Sparks floated like embers caught in a breeze. At the entrance to the forge, Orn stood, massive and horned. His beard was braided, with metal rings. He looked at Viego with curiosity and suspicion. He asked why a spirit associated with ruin sought a smith of creation. Viego replied honestly that he wished to understand how destruction and creation could be connected. Orn grunted and motioned for him to follow. Inside the forge, rivers of lava flowed through channels carved from stone. Anvils lined the walls, each tuned to a different tone. Tools hung in orderly rows. The air was thick with heat and the smell of metal. Orn lifted a glowing ingot with tongs and placed it on an anvil. He struck it with a massive hammer. Each strike produced a clear note. Viego listened. It sounded like a deep bell resonating through his chest. Orn explained that metal sang if one paid attention, and that shaping it required listening as much as strength. For days, Viego watched Orn work. He observed how the smith heated metal until it glowed, hammered it, cooled it in water, and then reheated it, repeating the process until the desired shape emerged. He saw how impurities were removed, how patience was required, how rushing caused cracks. Orn allowed Viego to try forging a simple hook. Viego hesitated, then grasped the hammer. He felt its weight. He struck the metal tentatively. Orn corrected his stance, guiding his hands until the strike rang true. Viego realized that forging demanded full presence. One could not dwell on past mistakes or future outcomes. Each strike was all that mattered. During breaks, Orn told stories. He spoke of a hero who had once asked him to forge a sword destined to slay a dragon. Orn had agreed, but the hero later used the blade to conquer and oppress. Orn said that a tool carried the intention of its maker, but the choices of the wielder determined its legacy. He asked Viego what intention he had carried when he had wielded the enchanted blade that caused the ruination. Viego admitted he had carried desperation and fear. Orn nodded and said that desperation hardened into obsession and cracked like brittle steel. He advised Viego to temper his will with compassion and patience, like metal tempered in water. Viego listened, humbled. He understood that forging was a metaphor for his inner work. Change took time. Impurities had to be acknowledged and removed. Strength came from resilience, not rigidity. When Viego left the forge, Orn handed him a small hammer forged from a simple iron bar. It was not magical. Orn said it would remind Viego of the Song of the Forge. He suggested that whenever Viego felt overwhelmed by emotion, he imagined placing that feeling on an anvil and shaping it with care rather than smashing it. Viego accepted the gift with gratitude. He tucked the hammer into his cloak. As he descended the mountain, he listened to the sound of distant hammer strikes fading into wind. He realized that creation and destruction were intertwined. Fire could melt metal for forging or burn forests. It was intention and skill that determined whether heat, built, or broke. He resolved to forge patience, empathy, and wisdom within himself, knowing that each quality required repeated efforts and time. Chapter 58. The Festival of Renewal. Not all of Viego's journeys led him to isolated places. Some drew him into the heart of bustling cities. One such journey took him to a coastal city within Noxus that hosted a festival dedicated to renewal. Though Noxus was often associated with conquest and strength, this festival reached back to a time when communities honored cycles of planting and harvest, death and rebirth. People of all ranks and backgrounds came together to plant trees, clean rivers, repair homes, and share meals. Curious about how a nation built on expansion embraced renewal, Viego attended quietly. The city streets were decorated with banners depicting phoenixes rising from flames. Children carried kites shaped like leaves. Soldiers set aside weapons to dig holes for saplings. Merchants offered free bowls of stew. The air buzzed with energy and purpose. Viego joined a group planting a grove near the harbor. Among them was a man with scars across his face. He introduced himself as a veteran who had fought in numerous campaigns. He told Viego that he attended the festival each year to remember those who had died and to commit to building something that would outlive them. He gently placed a sapling into the soil, covered its roots, and whispered a name. He explained that each tree represented a promise to grow instead of burn. Viego planted his own tree and whispered Isolde's name. He pressed soil around the trunk. The act felt both symbolic and grounding. He was rooting his grief in earth, giving it a chance to transform into life. Throughout the day, Viego participated in various tasks. He helped remove debris from a beach, freeing turtles trapped in nets. He joined a circle of women who wove baskets to hold fruit for those in need. He attended a poetry reading where a Noxian general recited verses about rain washing away blood and about seeds sprouting on battlefields. Viego was moved by the vulnerability shown by those who often hid feelings behind armor. He realized that renewal was not limited to tranquil cultures. Even those steeped in war longed for peace. Renewal was a universal desire that transcended borders. As the sun set, the festival culminated in a lantern procession. Participants carried lanterns shaped like seeds from the city center to a hill overlooking the sea. They placed the lanterns in a circle and lit them. A storyteller spoke about the phoenix, a mythical bird that burned and was reborn from ashes. She invited everyone to let go of something and to welcome something new. Viego closed his eyes. He released a lingering bitterness toward himself. He invited patience into its place. He felt a warmth spread through his chest. As the lanterns flickered, illuminating faces of strangers who shared a common yearning, Viego felt a sense of connection. He understood that renewal required both letting go and planting anew. He left the festival with the image of glowing lanterns and the feeling of soft earth under his fingers, resolved to continue planting seeds of kindness. Chapter 59. The Journey Within. After years of travelling outward, Viego felt called to journey inward. He returned to the Temple of Release, not to visit monks or attend ceremonies, but to stay in solitude. He chose a small cell with bare walls and a window overlooking a garden. He brought no weapons or relics, only the hammer from Orn and the stone from the Valley of Mountains. He informed the head monk of his intention to remain there for 40 days. Each day followed a simple rhythm. He rose before dawn, meditated on his breath, swept the courtyard as a form of mindfulness, helped prepare meals in silence, ate simply, and meditated again until dusk. At night, he slept on a mat. During meditation, thoughts arose like relentless waves, memories of his childhood mischief, the day of the assassin's blade that grazed Isolde, the chaos of the ruination, the faces of those he had met. Emotions surfaced: joy, regret, anger, tenderness. He observed them without holding on. He imagined each thought as metal placed on an anvil and gently struck by the inner hammer, shaping it without smashing it. In the second week, restlessness overwhelmed him. His legs ached. His mind rebelled. He considered leaving the cell and returning to the outside world, where distractions awaited. He remembered the advice of the hermit Zhang to stand like a mountain and let clouds pass. He stayed. He sat through discomfort, watching impatience rise and fall. He visualized forging his impatience into patience, heating, shaping, cooling, and reheating. In the third week, he had a vivid vision. He saw himself as a river flowing through landscapes of memory. Along its banks stood figures from his life, his mother waving, his brother laughing, Isolde smiling while stitching, Callista riding her horse, Senna aiming her cannon, Gwen twirling, Vex sighing, Talia weaving sand, Orn hammering. The river did not stop at each figure. It acknowledged them and moved on. He understood that he could do the same with memories. He could let them exist without building dams around them. The vision eased his grip. In the final week, a deep stillness settled over him. During meditation, his mind became clear like a lake on a windless day. Thoughts still arose, but they did not disturb the surface. He felt the stone in his palm, its smoothness anchoring him. He felt the weight of the hammer near his heart, reminding him of intentional effort. He realized that his identity was not fixed. He was not solely the Ruin King. He was also a listener, a student, a guide, a planter of trees, a mender of cloth, a carrier of stories. He stood up and bowed to the empty room. Tears slid down his cheeks. They were not of sorrow, but of gratitude for lessons, for resilience, for the capacity to change. When he emerged from the cell on the 41st day, he stepped into a garden transformed by spring. Flowers had bloomed, painting the path with pink and white. The air smelled of citrus and earth. Monks smiled at him. He bowed deeply. He felt both light and grounded. He left the monastery with a calm heart. He knew that his inner journey would continue as long as he existed. He returned to his hill overlooking the sea, carrying the hammer, the stone, the crystal, the seed, the memory of the tree of echoes, and the wisdom of mountains and forges. He sat with these objects around him, feeling the vast world within mirrored by the vast world outside. He whispered to the wind that he would remain committed to balance, compassion, and the practice of letting go. Chapter 60. The Labyrinth of Reflection. In a remote valley of Ionia, monks built a labyrinth not to trap wanderers, but to help them explore themselves. Its walls were living hedges trimmed into curving patterns by steady hands. Stone pathways wound between them in loops that mirrored swirling clouds painted on ancient scrolls. Pools of still water rested at intersections, reflecting sky and branches like small mirrors. At the center lay a circular clearing with a polished stone table where offerings of fruit and flowers were placed by visitors. Pilgrims came not to solve the maze quickly, but to lose themselves inside and see what surfaced. The labyrinth was tended by gardeners who pruned the hedges carefully, and by scholars who studied the footprints left by feet. They believed that the pattern of one's wandering revealed the pattern of one's mind. Birds sang softly in the branches overhead, adding music to the whispers of leaves. Viego heard of this labyrinth from a traveling monk who visited the Temple of Release. The monk spoke of it as a mirror that did not show the face but the heart. He said that those who walked its loops often emerged changed, not because of magic, but because they had sat with parts of themselves they usually avoided. Viego felt a pull toward such a place. He had been learning through meditation to watch his thoughts like clouds. The labyrinth seemed like a physical version of that practice. He traveled to Ionia again, following rivers and stone paths lined with bamboo. Farmers waved as he passed. Children chased dragonflies. The land was lush and green, a patchwork of rice fields and groves. He carried with him no weapons, only the crystal from Isolde and the hammer from Orn tucked into his cloak. When he reached the valley, he saw the labyrinth from a hill. Its hedges formed spirals and circles that shifted gently in the wind. A wooden gate stood at the entrance. An elderly gardener awaited him. She wore a straw hat and carried shears. She bowed deeply. Viego returned the bow. He told her he wished to walk the labyrinth. She asked him if he was prepared to meet himself. He hesitated, then nodded. She smiled and opened the gate. She explained that there were no wrong turns. Every path led somewhere important. She advised him to walk slowly and to pause often. He stepped through the gate and onto a path paved with smooth stones. The hedges rose shoulder high, their leaves vibrant. A soft scent of jasmine hung in the air. At the first turn, Viego saw his reflection in a pool. It was not the ghostly figure he usually saw. The water showed him as he had been when young eyes wide with curiosity, hair unbound by crown or circlet. The sight startled him. He knelt and looked closer. The image smiled and then dissolved into ripples. He realized that the labyrinth reflected more than current appearance. It remembered the whole of those who walked it. He continued. The path forked. One branch curved toward a grove where sunlight dappled the ground. The other led into shadow. He chose the shaded path. It felt cooler, lined with ferns. He heard the distant sound of a flute. He followed it until he reached an alcove where a small statue of a fox stood. At its base lay pebbles arranged in a spiral. He traced the spiral with his finger. Memories surfaced of chasing cats in palace gardens, of laughing with his brother over stolen pastries, of being scolded by tutors for daydreaming. He smiled. He had forgotten those light moments. Further along, the hedges opened into a wider space. Mirrors of polished obsidian were set at angles, creating multiple reflections. In one, Viego saw himself kneeling beside Isolde in a market. offering to carry her baskets. In another, he saw himself arguing with his father over the need to attend council meetings. In a third, he saw himself on the floor of the throne room, clutching Isolde's hand as healers rushed around them. Each image elicited a different feeling: tenderness, frustration, terror. He stood in the middle and let the feelings wash over him. He did not flee as he once might have. He breathed slowly, recalling the mountain valley and the circle of stones. He placed his hand on one mirror and whispered forgiveness for the boy who had been selfish and for the man who had been desperate. The mirror warmed under his palm, then cooled. The path narrowed again, leading through a tunnel formed by interwoven branches. Sunlight filtered through leaves, casting patterns on the ground. Here, voices whispered. At first, Viego thought they were other pilgrims. Then he realized they were his own thoughts, spoken aloud by the labyrinth. One voice criticized, "You failed your people." Another soothed, "You are learning." A third asked, "What do you still hold?" He listened to each without reacting. He had learned in meditation that thoughts were guests. He greeted them and let them pass. At the end of the tunnel, he found a small wooden bench beside a stone basin filled with clear water. On the bench lay a brush and ink. A sign carved into wood read, "Write what burdens you and wash it away." He hesitated, then picked up the brush. He dipped it in ink and wrote on the water, fear of being forgotten. The ink spread across the surface, then dissolved. He felt a slight release. After hours of wandering, Viego reached the center. It was a circular clearing surrounded by the highest hedges. In the middle stood the polished stone table. On it lay offerings, a string of prayer beads, a folded silk ribbon, a carved wooden toy. He added a leaf from the tree of echoes. The table reflected the sky above. Clouds drifted lazily. Viego sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and listened. The sounds of the labyrinth faded. He heard his heartbeat, slow and steady. He heard the rustle of leaves. He felt the earth beneath him. For a moment, he sensed himself as both vast and small part of everything, yet a single soul learning. Tears filled his eyes but did not fall. They stayed as a soft pressure behind his lids. In the stillness, a thought emerged. Love is not possession. It is presence. He repeated the words silently. When he opened his eyes, the gardener from the entrance sat nearby. She had entered silently. She did not speak. She handed him a small bell. It was made of bronze and had a simple pattern etched around its rim. She indicated that he should ring it when he felt ready to leave. He held the bell and looked around one last time. He saw his footprints crisscrossing the clearing, his own patterns of wandering. He smiled gently. He rang the bell once. The sound was clear and pure. It echoed through the labyrinth. He stood and followed the gardener. The path out seemed direct, though he knew he had taken many turns. At the gate, he bowed to her. She bowed back and told him that the labyrinth would remember his steps and that he could return whenever he wished. He thanked her and stepped out. As he left the valley, Viego looked back from the hill. The labyrinth from above looked like the whirl of a seashell. He saw that his journey through it had not been about solving a puzzle, but about witnessing his own story from different angles. He realized that there were labyrinths within every heart, patterns of thought, loops of memory, walls of fear, clearings of peace. Walking such inner paths required patience and courage. He promised himself that he would continue to walk those inner paths, even when no physical hedges guided him. He returned to his hill overlooking the sea, carrying the bronze bell. He placed it beside the crystal and the flower. Each morning, he rang it softly to remind himself to listen inwardly and to walk slowly through his own mind. Chapter 61. The Library of Shrouded Stars. In the desert of southern Targon, hidden beneath a plateau that sparkled at night, there was a library known only to a few. Legends said it had been carved into the rock by star spirits who wished to preserve stories of worlds long gone. Its entrance was a narrow fissure between two cliffs. At dusk, when the first stars appeared, the fissure glowed faintly, guiding those who sought wisdom. Inside, a cool corridor led down into a vast cavern illuminated not by torches, but by clusters of luminescent crystals embedded in the ceiling. They resembled constellations, casting gentle light that resembled twilight. Shelves carved from sandstone held scrolls, tablets, and bound volumes. Astrolabes and brass spheres hung from beams, slowly turning. The air smelled of parchment, dust, and spice. Viego travelled to this library after hearing whispers from scholars in Piltover. They had spoken of a place where one could read not only history, but possibilities. They had warned that the library demanded respect and silence. Intrigued, he journeyed across dunes and ridges, guided by the evening star he had named. At the entrance, he met a keeper. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with tiny silver stitches. Her hair was white and braided with threads that resembled starlight. She carried a staff topped with a crystal. She looked at Viego with eyes that seemed older than mountains. She asked him why he came. He replied that he sought to understand how his story fit into the tapestry of the cosmos. She nodded and stepped aside. She instructed him to speak only when necessary and to move with care. Inside, Viego felt a hushed awe. The rows of shelves seemed endless, disappearing into shadows. Scrolls were labelled with symbols he did not recognize. Some were bound with string, others were sealed with wax. He walked slowly, reading the titles he could decipher. One section held charts of the night sky, maps drawn by ancient astronomers who had named stars after gods, animals, and virtues. Another section contained clay tablets inscribed with myths from distant cultures. He pulled one scroll and unfurled it carefully. It told the story of a shepherd who had woven together constellations with songs. The shepherd's love for the sky had transformed her into a comet. The tale reminded him of Isolde, who had woven her own world with threads. He smiled sadly and rolled the scroll back. Deeper in the library, he found a chamber with a ceiling carved like a dome. It depicted Runeterra seen from above, its continents shaped like petals around a central sea. Around the dome, small lights marked the locations of great events, wars, discoveries, coronations, and tragedies. Viego stood beneath his own marker. It glowed a muted green. Next to it was inscribed a single line, in an unfamiliar script. The keeper approached and read it aloud. When love turned to ruin, the world learned and mourned. He felt a surge of humility. He realized that in the vast scale of history, even his cataclysm was a single point among many. He also realized that the library did not judge, it recorded. It did not vilify or glorify, it preserved. That knowledge softened the sharp edge of his self-hatred. In another corner, he discovered volumes written by beings not of Runeterra. One book was composed of pages that shimmered like fish scales. It described cycles of creation and dissolution across realms, how stars were born from dust and returned to dust. Another book was written in a spiral, beginning at the center and moving outward. It told of a world made entirely of sound. Each note formed a landscape. Reading these texts expanded Viego's imagination. He understood that his grief, though immense to him, was but one expression of the universe exploring itself. There was comfort in that perspective. It did not trivialize his pain. It placed it within a wider context. As he wandered, he encountered the keeper again. She led him to a table where blank books lay waiting. She explained that the library was not just a repository of finished tales. It was a living collection. Visitors were invited to write their own accounts so that future travelers could learn. Viego hesitated. Writing felt vulnerable, yet he knew that telling his story in his own words would be an act of service. He sat at the table. He took up a quill. He began to write. He wrote of Camavor, of Isolde, of Callista, of the ruination, of wandering, of lessons. He wrote slowly, without apostrophes, mindful of each word. He did not embellish or excuse. He simply narrated. As he wrote, he felt weight shift from his chest to the page. He realized that stories could carry burdens when shared. When he finished, he placed the book on the table. The keeper sealed it with a ribbon. She thanked him and said that one day someone might read his account and feel less alone in their own sorrow. She handed him a small star cut from metal. It had 5 points and a hole at the top. She suggested he use it as a bookmark or a charm to remind him of his place among the stars. He accepted it and promised to continue observing and writing. Before leaving, he stood again beneath the dome. He looked at other lights, some bright, some dim, some still flickering. He whispered gratitude to the unknown beings whose stories illuminated his own path. Back at his hill, Viego hung the star charm near his sleeping mat. Each night, as he looked at the evening star, he felt a connection to the library. He realized that knowledge did not live only in books. It lived in hearts and in conversations. He resolved to keep learning, reading, and sharing. He understood that stories were like lanterns. They could light dark paths. They could guide those who felt lost. He hoped that his story, recorded among the shrouded stars, would one day guide someone else toward gentleness. Chapter 62. The Path of Countless Steps. In the western reaches of Ionia, a mountain rose above the clouds. Its slopes were carved with a path of stone steps that ascended from a forested base to a plateau near the summit. Locals called it the Path of Countless Steps. No one had ever counted them, though legends said there were as many steps as there were days in a lifetime. Each step was engraved with a single word, representing a quality to cultivate or release. At intervals, small shrines offered shelter and water. Bells hung from wooden frames, ringing softly when wind passed. Pilgrims climbed the path to reflect on their journey through life. The ascent was not meant to prove strength, but to practice mindfulness. A common saying in nearby villages was, "Life is a climb. May your steps be mindful." Viego learned of this path from a farmer he met in a market. The farmer had lost a daughter in the ruination. He told Viego that climbing the steps had helped him find peace. He said that with each step, he let go of a grievance and embraced a virtue. Viego felt moved by the simplicity of the practice. He decided to climb. He arrived at the mountain at dawn. Mist hugged the lower slopes. Birds sang. At the base, he met other pilgrims, an elderly woman, carrying a basket of rice cakes to offer at shrines, a soldier with scars seeking to lay down memories of battle, a young boy with bright eyes climbing for the first time. They greeted one another with bows and smiles. No one asked about his past. They simply shared the path. The first steps were gentle. The word carved into the first stone was breathe. Viego inhaled and exhaled deliberately. The second step read, listen. He perked his ears to the sounds of leaves, distant water, and bird calls. The third step read, feel. He noticed the coolness of the stone under his feet and the warmth of sunlight on his shoulders. As he continued, words like patience, compassion, courage, humility, and forgiveness appeared. Some steps bore words that surprised him, like joy and playfulness. He realized that the path did not focus solely on solemn virtues. It invited balance. At each word, he paused and contemplated how it manifested in his life. On the step marked forgiveness, he remembered his letter to Isolde and his apology to his ancestors. On the step marked joy, he recalled dancing with Gwen and laughing with a fisherman. Midway up the mountain, a shrine offered shade. Pilgrims rested, sharing tea and food. A carved plaque invited travelers to write on paper slips what they wished to release. Viego wrote fear of repeating mistakes and placed the paper in a box. An elderly woman read his words silently and nodded. She shared that she had once feared that her grief would drown her, but walking the path had taught her that grief ebbs and flows. She offered him a rice cake. He accepted and ate slowly, tasting sweetness. They exchanged no further words, but their eyes conveyed understanding. As they resumed climbing, the soldier caught up. He confessed that he was haunted by faces of those he had killed. Viego listened. He told the soldier about guiding spirits in the valley of breath between worlds. He said that helping others find peace had eased his own guilt. The soldier nodded, encouraged. Higher up, the air grew thinner. Clouds drifted across the path, sometimes obscuring the steps. Bells chimed softly. Viego slowed his pace. He focused on each footfall. He counted his breaths. On a step engraved with balance, he thought of the hammer, the stone, the bell, the flower, the crystal, and the star charm. Each represented a lesson. He realized that balancing them in his life required constant attention. On a step engraved with release, he imagined himself loosening his grip on the glow Isolde had left him. He felt no fear at the thought. He knew the glow would remain within as long as he remembered, not as a chain, but as warmth. At last, he reached the plateau. A broad, flat area offered a view of valleys and rivers below. A circle of stones marked the center. In the middle of the circle stood a simple wooden frame with bells of various sizes hanging. A monk tended them, gently wiping dust and adjusting clappers. He greeted each pilgrim with a smile and gestured for them to stand in the circle. Viego stepped into the circle. The monk asked each traveler to choose a word to leave at the top. The elderly woman whispered gratitude and placed a white flower on a stone. The soldier whispered peace and set down a small wooden carving of a sword. Viego thought for a long time. He chose the word release. The monk handed him a smooth stone and a brush. Viego wrote release in neat strokes and placed the stone at the base of the bells. He felt a weight lift. The monk then invited each pilgrim to ring a bell. The elderly woman rang a small bell that produced a high, clear tone. The soldier rang a medium bell with a resonant hum. Viego chose a bell the size of his hand. Its note was low and warm. The sound vibrated through his chest and echoed across the plateau. It mingled with other tones, creating a chord that lingered. The monk bowed. He told them that these tones would carry their intentions down the mountain with the wind. Viego closed his eyes and listened until the last vibrations faded. He sat on the plateau for a long time, watching clouds drift by. He felt the wind on his face. He watched eagles soar below him. He thought about steps, those he had taken and those ahead. He realized that progress was made not by leaps, but by consistent, mindful steps. Each step mattered, whether carved with a virtue or taken in silence. He resolved to continue walking with awareness. As he began his descent, he moved carefully. He read the words again from a new perspective. Breathe, listen, feel. Each instruction felt deeper now. At the base, he thanked the mountain quietly. He thanked the elderly woman and the soldier. He thanked the boy who had reached the top and returned grinning. He carried with him a small pebble given by the monk, smooth and round. He placed it among his collection on the hill. It reminded him that journeys up and down were both part of life. Chapter 63. The River of Time. West of the path of countless steps flowed a great river whose surface shone like liquid glass. Locals called it the River of Time because they believed its waters had flowed since the world's first dawn. It wound through valleys and forests, fed by snowmelt from distant mountains and by springs deep under the earth. Along its banks grew willow trees whose branches swept the surface, and reeds that rustled in the breeze. In the early morning, mist rose from the water and drifted over fields like a veil, softening the outlines of rocks and houses. Fishermen launched wooden boats, their oars dipping silently. Birds skimmed the water, leaving ripples that widened and dissolved. Watching the river was like watching time itself, always moving, never hurried, always present. Viego heard of the river from a potter he met in a small town. The potter had said that whenever he felt anxious about the past or worried about the future, he sat by the river and watched leaves float. The river reminded him that everything moved at its own pace. Inspired, Viego decided to visit. He followed a winding road shaded by bamboo and plum trees. The sound of rushing water grew louder. When he reached the bank, he was struck by the river's breadth and calmness. Unlike the violent sea during storms or the roaring waterfalls near the Blessed Isles, this river moved steadily and gracefully. Sunlight danced on its surface. He sat on a smooth rock and watched. Leaves of yellow and red floated by, spinning gently. Petals from cherry blossoms drifted. A dragonfly hovered, touched the water, and lifted again. He felt his breath synchronize with the current. As he sat, an old man approached carrying a pole. He introduced himself as Lao, a boatman who had rowed on the river for decades. His face was lined like the bark of the willows, and his eyes sparkled with kindness. He asked Viego if he wished to ride. Viego hesitated, then agreed. Lao led him to a long, narrow boat carved from a single tree trunk. It had seats made of woven reeds and a lantern hanging from the bow. Viego stepped in, feeling the boat sway. Lao pushed off the bank with his pole. The boat glided onto the current. The river embraced them. Lao stood at the stern, guiding with subtle movements. Viego sat near the middle, watching banks slowly drift by. He asked Lao why he continued to row at his age. Lao smiled and replied that the river had taught him everything he needed to know. He said that water showed how to yield without giving up, how to carve stone through persistence, and how to carry others without losing itself. They drifted past villages built on stilts. Children splashed near shore, waving to them. Farmers rinsed vegetables. Women washed clothes on smooth stones. The river connected these lives, providing water for crops, fish for meals, and a route for travel. Lao greeted many people by name. He told Viego stories as they floated. He recounted how once a man had tried to build a dam to divert more water to his fields. The river had risen and broken the dam, flooding his fields and teaching him respect. He told of a marriage ceremony performed on a boat, where two families released lanterns together. He told of a time when villagers had formed a human chain across the river to rescue a horse. Each story contained a lesson in cooperation, humility, or resilience. Viego listened as if listening to a wise uncle. He realized that the river carried collective memory along with water. After some time, they approached a rocky outcrop jutting into the river. On top of the rock stood a small temple with red pillars and a tiled roof. A stone staircase led from the water to its entrance. Lao steered the boat toward the steps and tied it to a ring embedded in the rock. He invited Viego to climb with him. Inside the temple, it was cool. Candles flickered. Incense burned in bronze bowls. Paintings on the walls depicted the river in different seasons: green in spring, golden in autumn, frozen in winter, swollen in summer. At the center hung a large bronze gong. Lao explained that pilgrims rang the gong to send vibrations into the river as prayers. Viego bowed, took the wooden mallet, and struck the gong gently. The sound resonated deep and long, vibrating through his chest. He imagined it traveling through water, mixing with fish songs and the whispers of reeds. He prayed not for himself, but for all who suffered from holding on too tightly. He prayed that they might let time carry them toward peace. When they returned to the boat, the sun was lower. The light had turned golden. Lao handed Viego a paper lantern folded like a lotus. Inside was a small candle. He gave Viego a brush and ink. He asked him to write a word or phrase to send down the river. Viego thought for a while. He wrote "Allow flow" on the lantern's petals. He lit the candle. Together, they set the lantern onto the water. It bobbed, caught the current, and began to drift away, its flame flickering. Around them, other lanterns floated, some from the shore, others from boats carrying words like hope, memory, gratitude, and courage. The river turned into a stream of lights. The sky deepened to violet. Stars appeared. Viego watched his lantern until it merged with others and became part of a shimmering path down the river. He felt a sense of releasing something intangible, like a sigh. As darkness fell, Lao guided the boat back to the bank. Fireflies flickered among reeds. Frogs croaked. The air grew cooler. Viego stepped onto land and thanked Lao sincerely. Lao placed a smooth river stone into his hand. It was oval, polished by years of being tumbled. He said it was a reminder that time and water softened even sharp edges. Viego closed his fingers around the stone. He felt its coolness. He promised to visit again. He watched as Lao pushed his boat back into the current and disappeared into the evening. The sound of the pole in water faded. Only the gentle murmur of the river remained. Viego returned to his hill by the sea, carrying the river stone. He added it to his collection beside the flower, the bell, the crystal, the star charm, the seed, the hammer, and the smooth stone from the circle of mountains. Each object represented a lesson. The river stone reminded him that time moves regardless of one's wishes. He realized that trying to dam his grief had caused it to overflow. Allowing it to flow within a broader river of experiences made it less destructive. He sat on the hill and listened to the sea, imagining the river's water eventually joining these waves. He whispered a thank you to the river, to Lao, and to all those who had shared wisdom along its banks. He resolved to practice letting his emotions move like water, to allow them to arise, to travel, and to release. He understood that surrender was not defeat. It was trust in the currents of life. Then he turned his gaze to you, sleepy summoner. He smiled faintly. He thanked you for listening. He told you that stories like his are warnings and mirrors. They show how love can inspire greatness and destruction. They remind us to temper desire with wisdom, to honor those we love by respecting their journeys. He invited you to reflect on your own attachments. He encouraged you to cherish memories while allowing life to flow. He told you that the mist within your own heart could become sadness or compassion. He wished you dreams filled with light and understanding. He bade you good night. Good night, sleepy summoner. May this tale settle like soft mist around you. May you drift into sleep carrying lessons of love, loss, and letting go. May your heart remain open and free.